Ayetoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayetoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayetoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
To establish in one of the Nigeria base, a lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here, both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shepherd Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD is mean the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
We have been experiencing sea encroachment coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making efforts, writing letters to the federal government, because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways, because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have expressing the sea church.
I'm shooting.
That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here, over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life, religious life, has been collapsed totally, because Ayetoro community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayetoro. And over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayetoro community is known to be a self-developed community on its own, without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge, as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore, is destroying our land, up till now we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn ohun àlùmọ́nì wa, àwọn ohun tí a ní ilé ó máa ẹrù wa ìmíì gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè dìsámúra àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn gbogbo ilé.
Fund the trip of those guys. Trip of those guys.
Excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
Tell me, what's your fear?
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it? Highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
The up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do you do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female so that they can dry their fishes because the Atlantic breeze is coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women so that their kitchen can be downside. So you have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun, Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu you have the information house or the glass house as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's submerged already.
So we have the happy situations regarding the Ayeto community. People coming just like you came now. All the informations you buy your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back. So it will be documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, there too, all of them are gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, you have the church building. The church street and the church building is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very
to this
important.
community.
That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojai. Then after Olowojai, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a shoemaking industry.
One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone. So we have after Olowojai, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenwa. Then after Omogbenwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatened. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have Tobase. Then you have, after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the what's called the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, from the main side, those the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated.
and it has been eroded.
Just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where
Yes.
the female side might be affected.
Yes.
So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their wives.
With their wives.
Their wives. So the Oyetomi is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have the
And this
female,
broad street is no longer
gone.
existing.
It's gone completely. It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
All right, I think we're good with it.
ọdún yẹn chọ́ọ̀chì wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo so ẹjọ́.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land will gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
The landscape totally, let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here 1947, it is about 20 or 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Onoge wrote a book about Ayeto community, that the only challenges that the fishermen, because Ayeto is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore. Too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed the landscape, and we are worried about it. And the technical college, here we are. Now you can see now these are debris, has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place, and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plant. It has been affected, greatly affected by the ocean surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
So when you relocate, the water comes.
Urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now. The community will no longer in existence, because 2/3 of the community has gone already. You can see the church.
If something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into extinction. We don't want that, because Ayeto community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine. Because when Ayeto was having a technical school, the Ayeto community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayeto community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by our local carpenter. And those people that even built those big boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International. It's there.
Urgent action is not taken. Within a space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue, so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
Tell me about this school.
The federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Thank you very much.
Kàn jọ kàn má jẹ́ kó kún yìí kó gbé wa lọ gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè chọ́ọ̀chì gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó tí ẹ bá wo.
To the state government, federal government, and the world to give what you call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 7 years, about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe. And here,
welcome to another episode on Startups. I am Tamilore Akinkolie. On this episode, we'll be talking about the automotive industry in Africa, which dates back to the 1950s and consists of the production of passenger cars and commercial trucks. Now, the African automotive market is expected to grow rapidly due to supportive government incentives and increasing urbanization in major countries in the region, which are encouraging infrastructural development in the region, thus creating a positive outlook for the market. AutoTrack is an automotive technology development company that builds solutions aimed at enhancing and enabling commerce within the automotive sector. It provides solutions that improves access to auto loans and lots more. The company has helped increase the outlook of the automotive market in Africa. Now let's see how they've helped in growing the automotive industry together.
We're also customizing in terms of our base, our application base. So when we see there's a need for a specific, we nibble enough to actually develop a new product. Over about 2,000 dealers over the continent, to make that relationship, make that journey for the customer a lot better. I think the base of success for us is customer service. My name is Van der Merwe. I'm the CEO of AutoCheck Financial Services.
Africa's Africa's automobile market is among the most underdeveloped in the world. Apart from South Africa, Morocco, Egypt, and Algeria, the automotive market of the continent is considerably small in comparison to elsewhere in the world. To help change the narrative of the continent's automotive industry, AutoCheck is building digital solutions that will enable a seamless and safe automotive commerce experience across Africa.
AutoCheck basically was established as a digital marketplace, bringing, partnering with dealerships, with dealerships to firstly list their vehicles, inspect their vehicles, and then be the intermediary between the customer, insurance companies, and financiers to actually enable mobility for the customer. The one thing that we wanted to achieve is to enable a mobility solution for all customers, to make the journey in terms of acquiring a vehicle comprehensive and easier. So what we've done is through our marketplace and through our partnerships with dealers, we basically inspect the vehicle. We identify if it's a good vehicle or a bad vehicle, all right? We identify all the issues that's involved in that vehicle. And as we go through the journey, we offer the customer a comprehensive transaction. So that includes tracking. It includes a maintenance plan on that specific vehicle. We include insurance. So then I think one of the competitive advantages that we're building on is to make the journey seamless and quick for the customers.
Running in about 8 African countries, AutoCheck uses technology to transform the automotive buying and selling experience for African consumers by creating a single market for consumers' automotive need, from sourcing and financing to after-sales support and warranties.
But what we've done is we've automated the process very well. We have established ourselves in 8 markets. My real aim was to get the right people in the right positions, to get the systems that would enable a smooth customer journey, and then thirdly to look at the process that we implement in the African environment. And I think we've accomplished in a little bit of a year, we've actually accomplished a hell of a lot. We are going to probably announce some of our funding and debt initiatives that we've embarked on a few months ago, and we've been successful in that respect. I think our penetration, our interaction with our dealer partners has gone up threefold. And the fact of the matter is we are going to assist our dealers with new products, with also finance, all those kind of things to actually make this journey better.
In 2022, AutoCheck also launched its financial service, which started to provide a range of financing solutions for customers and business owners. The service partnered with car dealers and other service providers, streamlining the process where they can finance their sales of their vehicles.
As the intermediary, as our marketplace actually interacted with financiers and wanted to promote this mobility offering, we recognize that banks firstly don't understand the asset, the vehicles, and they don't necessarily trust the dealer. So the approval process took a very long time. So there was a gap in the market, gap in the offering, and that is when we decided to actually do financing ourselves. And so the financial business has been going for just about a year, and through that we've obviously we're in most of the markets that our marketplace is in, and off the back of that we finance vehicles for customers.
Partnering with over 2,000 dealers, AutoCheck not only provides a platform where customers can get the perfect vehicle, it also stands as an intermediary between vehicle owners and insurance companies, giving their customers a seamless experience.
I think that is definitely part of what we want to offer. We also customizing in terms of our base, our application base. So when we see there's a need for a specific, we're nimble enough to actually develop a new product that suits that market. We're obviously working very closely with our dealer base, which is at this stage over about 2,000 dealers over the continent, to make that relationship, make that journey for the customer a lot better. I think the base of success for us is customer service, and to actually enable. I think through that there is a lot of opportunities. There's opportunities in making a better offering in terms of insurance, and better offering in terms of interest rates, and all those kind of things that we're building towards to make this more affordable, easier, and a better experience for all customers out there.
One of the basic challenges the company faces is the low penetration of vehicles and car density in Africa. Unlike every other continent, the African automotive market is relatively small. For a continent with over 1 billion inhabitants, it only occupies 1% of the global new vehicle sales market.
We have a few challenges in Africa. One is a very low credit penetration. As I said, banks, financiers are very reluctant to finance assets because they don't understand vehicles. And the second thing is a very low car density in the African environment. So for just some stats, for a continent with over 1 billion inhabitants, it only occupies 1% of the global new vehicle sales market. So, we are a very big continent, and we lagging in terms of new vehicle sales. Then if you have a look at the car density, we about 44 vehicles per 1,000 adults in Africa. Now, that compared to the rest of like Europe and the rest of the world, that runs about 180 vehicles per 1,000 adults. Now, also bear in mind that some of these countries like America, Europe, have very good transport systems, where Africa is obviously, as we know, it's lacking. So in terms of that, I think our car density and our credit penetration together is not conducive to a very good market, and that's a gap that we're trying to fulfill.
Looking forward to getting established in other African countries, regardless of their different operational rules, AutoCheck looks forward to harnessing the largely untapped potential in the automotive sector to be a final frontier for automotive growth.
We've established ourselves in 8 countries. That is obviously, it's Egypt, Morocco, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and Uganda. What we wanted to do is stabilize those countries, okay, and through the main hubs or the main centers, which is around the economic hub. As we build out our offering, we would obviously go into the broader market in those countries and build out our customer base through that. Right now, we have a very diverse and obviously big customer base. I think, as I said, we partner with over 2,000. We've got a footprint of over 2,000 dealers that we deal with, and we list a substantial number of those dealers' vehicles on our marketplace. So from a customer point of view, I think there's obviously the potential in Africa is almost unlimited at this stage because there's no real solution other than the one that we offer.
With the global value chain already undergoing a shift, AutoCheck not only makes mobility seamless for Africans, but also helps to increase the economic growth and value of the African continent. Welcome back. For those just joining us in this episode, we are focusing on the automotive industry in Africa. Now, even though there is no accurate data on the number of tricycles in Nigeria, some estimates put the number at over 1 million. And almost all of them are used for commercial purposes to convey passengers from one point to another, and sometimes they are used to convey goods from one point to another. Now, generally, these tricycles run on petrol, but a Nigerian man looks forward to making the mode of transportation electrical. Let's see how far he has gone in his feats.
The difference between this and the regular one is the regular one uses gasoline. That's one. Then secondly, the regular one costs more to operate because on the average a user, a driver who drives a tricycle, for instance, spends about 2,000 naira every day on fueling, which is equivalent with the same day that is equivalent to if the driver was using our electric version. He will spend 800 naira instead, which is at over 60% cut in the cost. What Innocent is doing is something great, and that's something that we should encourage more people to come into. My name is Chukwemeka Eze, and I'm a co-founder of Revive Earth Limited.
Tricycles are simply ubiquitous in the country. There is hardly any part of Nigeria where you don't find tricycles because it has become an important and integral mode of transport in Africa's largest economy. Now, these tricycles run on petrol, but one young Nigerian engineering graduate is on a mission to convert petrol-driven tricycles in the country into electric-powered ones, thereby cutting out the emission from tricycles in the country and at the same time save owners and drivers from spending on petrol.
It has been a dream, a vision to be part of the energy industry. And then the entire vision came with who I've always been. From childhood, I've always been enthusiastic about how stuff works. I always wanted to get hands-on, like to play a role, and like having that feeling of a creator. The Revive Earth Limited is a startup, an e-mobility startup that is based in Enugu, Nigeria. And we're focused on making vehicles that are running on gasoline to run on electricity, on pure electricity. So, and we are doing this with existing vehicles. So we take existing vehicles and we convert them to electric. Existing vehicles are powered by gasoline. And then we have also come up with a kit that can be used to do this. And we are training people already on these skills so that we can have these agents scattered everywhere who are helping us with this retrofitting instead of building factories everywhere.
Learning online and seeing the innovation from the existing electric vehicle organizations, coupled with the depreciating rate in the petrol reserve in Nigeria and the unannounced opportunities in the country, Chukwemeka saw the future wave in electric vehicles and ventured into it.
Most of the activities in school were not hands-on. They were like mostly theoretical. Even when we go to lab, we were giving scores. We were giving values to go and plot graph and stuff like that. It didn't involve holistic research, and I didn't know what holistic research was. My heart was yearning for it. So, and I was doing it without even knowing what it was. So I would engage in projects, build circuits that just to feel it, see it work, and have the feeling, that good feeling that I've been able to create something. I always wanted to create things. So right from my third year, it was my second year that I got my own computer. Then I started digging deeper and deeper and deeper through the internet, YouTube, blogs, and all of those things. I started seeing the works of Tesla, the works of all these automobile companies in America, in the whole of Europe. And I was fascinated by the electric vehicles. Then the electric vehicles were already ubiquitous. Tesla was doing a great deal of work, and I saw their work as some serious innovation, something that would be the new world, the new way of transportation. And I quickly saw that there's a future of transportation in it, in the sense that it will be easier to build a robot car that is run on electricity than the one that runs on gasoline.
Seeing himself as a key player in the industry by bringing people out of poverty, Chukwuemeka started by building a power automation tool that helps to optimize the energy consumption of solar systems.
Where I started was to build power automation tools that just help to optimize the energy consumption of solar systems or even regular electricity systems. So that if a consumer were to plug these systems to their houses, they will not have much difficulty in switching from one source to another. And considering that there will be many sources, so that if I wanted to switch from solar to NEPA, I'll do it when I need to do it, when I know that I'm maximizing either of the two. So if there is peak sunlight, I'll switch to solar.
Before conversion of each tricycle, Chukwuemeka and his team ensures that the tricycles are in good working condition to guarantee that the new components added to the new model are fit for people who make use of it.
Inside there, they make ready every kit. There are some components that we need, not just the electric motor or the battery. There's the controller that I told you already is like an inverter. It's essentially an inverter. So all the testing that connects these components to the electric motor, that connects the battery to the electric motor using these components, they are all tested here inside before they are brought out. So before a vehicle is ready to be worked on, we assess everything. We assess the state of it. We lose the engine entirely, take it apart and study everything and be sure that the integrity of the components are still intact. If there's any component we need to move out of the engine, we'll move it. Even if those ones are not necessarily the ones that we'll remove entirely. There might be some parts that are weak already, like some gears that have eaten up, their teeth have eaten up, or the fiber may not be very effective anymore. So we replace all of those components on the engine and wash it well, clean it, and sometimes we repaint it as well. And then as well the vehicle body, because it has been exposed and used for a long time, we also clean up the engine, the entire vehicle, and then make it ready for some fabrication, because there are some fabrication work, some welding, cutting, drilling that goes on inside it before we bring the kit out. So all those like where the battery will sit and where the controller will sit, how the electric motor will couple to the new transmission that we're going to produce after the cleaning. All those things are arranged on the vehicle. The major components in the new system is both the electric motor and the battery. The battery being the power source now, and the electric motor being the engine. So everything that is attached to it is what helps to take the power from the battery in the way it needs to the electric motor, and to ensure that there is adequate control. If I want to speed up, I'm able to do that. If I want to reverse, I'm able to do that. If I want to brake, I'm able to do that, and all of those things. So what we take out essentially is everything that has to do with the combustion system, like the piston and everything that is attached with it, and then all those timing systems to make sure that to connect the ignition, that's the spark plug system, to time it with the engine, the piston, the rotation, and so on. All of those things are removed.
For electric cars to work in any country, then electricity has to be readily available. Unfortunately, Nigeria can't boast of having a constant supply of electricity. In Nigeria, Almost 80% of those with access to electricity power gets less than 12 hours a day, and about 47% of the population don't even have access to power at all. And this challenge has made Revive Earth Limited to come up with an electricity charging infrastructure that is not dependent on the current electricity generation in Nigeria.
We've come up with a system now that is not going to be so heavily dependent on the present generated electricity for the country as a whole. We're looking at going into solar and all those other combined renewable energy sources that we can harness and use it to charge, to power the charging stations. We call our charging stations, instead of having large charging stations where you have like multiple stands inside one, we have a simpler version where we can have it distributed across a large area. So instead of having 10 in the place, we have that 10 along at strategic places along a route, or maybe at different routes, and we call it the swapping booth. So these swapping booths will now hold batteries, charged batteries, or they are able to just, if you want, you could just slide in your batteries there and they'll charge, and then afterwards you can take them out from there and continue your business. Or you can come there whenever your battery depletes, and then when you match your battery ID to the battery there on the booth, you're able to take a charged battery and then put your own there, because your own would have been ascertained to match the exact specification of the one in the booth.
Funding the boat which he plans to put in strategic areas seems to be a difficult task for Revive Health, and has streamlined their process of production, which involves not getting sophisticated machines for production. According to Chukwuemeka, getting investors would mean getting people who have visions.
The greatest challenge so far has been funding, because most times when you tell people the possibilities here, especially people who tend to see the business aspect, what they really see is the challenge with charging. That we don't even have electricity. Nigeria is only able to generate very low quantity commensurate with the large demand that is currently available, and most of which are domestic demand. So then where we see the limitation now in the project is in the funding for the charging infrastructure. So the challenge now is to actually get funding to set up these booths at strategic places. And then this is going to require individuals as well who have vision in that area. We've been able to talk with some people in that aspect, but then we've not sealed any deal yet. But that funding aspect is the major challenge, because it also affects our processes. Even though we have been able to streamline some of our processes, we're still not able to get sophisticated machines that allow us to cut production time.
Chukwuemeka's invention has made maintenance of tricycle cost effective, as they have low maintenance and give zero emission. Chukwuemeka therefore pleads with the government to encourage creative young people like him to push the economy to a better place.
The difference between this and the regular one is the regular one uses gasoline, that's one. Then secondly, the regular one costs more to operate, because on the average a driver who drives a tricycle, for instance, spends about 2,000 naira every day on fueling, which is equivalent with the same day, that is equivalent to if the driver was using our electric version, he will spend 800 naira instead, which is at over 60% cut in the cost. What Innocent is doing is something great, and that's something that we should encourage more people to come into. As a government, we could encourage young people to come into this by supporting them, if not even giving them money, but making sure that the necessary policies and regulations are put in place.
While young people are equipping themselves with skills beyond the classroom and getting exposed to new and different career paths, this presents their efforts in transforming Africa. And that's all we can take on this episode on startups. Thank you for watching. I am Tamilore Akinkolie. Bye for now.
Hey guys, welcome back to your show, your one-stop show for everything you can think in the world of entertainment. Music, comedy, fashion, name it guys. And today, FedSJ is your host. And today's episode is so exciting to me, guys. I really do not know how to place this, but I just want you to stay expectant. It's a banger. Let me tag it as a banger. And here with me on the show is Joy Uchechem, aka
Hi. Hi guys, welcome back to the show. It's your girl Joyoma, Shin_Joyoma on Instagram, and as Faith SJ said, this episode is going to be a banger. So please don't go anywhere.
Alright guys, let's quickly go on a short break. When we are back, we will dive into the gist of today. Do not go anywhere right after this break. Welcome back, guys. So today I'm super excited to sit down with a gospel singer. We are sitting down actually here already. With a gospel singer who has proven to us that it takes just 1 minute to change everything in the world generally. When I mean it takes, he has proven that it takes just 1 minute. With 1 minute, you know when I mean 1 minute, things around you will change. Yes, that is the person we have here on the show. But before we show you the person we have, Jogo Chechim has something to do.
Okay, I have the honor to introduce our guest on this episode. So we're meeting Roland Matthew, popularly known as Just Roland, and he's a Lagos-based musician, a vocal coach, a music producer, and a public speaker. He's originally from Eastern Nigeria, and he's a convener of Jesus in 360, a global movement spreading the message of Christ through music. And he's also a quarter finalist on The Voice Nigeria Season 4. Roland is celebrated for his smooth tune, his spirit-filled sound, and impactful performances. He is also the founder of Royalty Universal Studios and music director of both Soul Motivators and the Next Generation Choir, known as the Dancing Voice and a true lover of God. Just Roland continues to bless lives with songs like My Lifetime, Thank God featuring Akbororo, Better, and many more. So ladies and gentlemen, can we meet Just Roland?
Glory! Thank you so much for having me. I am so full of joy to be here. I'm really, really excited.
Wow.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me. And I can't wait for all that this episode has to unravel.
Wow.
I can't wait either.
Neither can we wait.
Definitely. Let's dive right into it. I'm ready.
All right.
Roland, can you give us a brief biography of how your journey all started?
Well, that's a beautiful one. How it all started, I would say the musical thing, like the singing thing, started from my, I started really early, but I can't put a particular age to it, but I would say more of my formative years, let's say from 5 years. Yes, from the age of 5 years. Wow. So, our local church, the children's choir. I remember there was a time when I took a lead role, and then the whole church, they went wild and everything. Wow. Yeah, so when I took it. So, I mean, when the church started shouting, I was so shy, so I started crying.
I can imagine.
Yes, my mom ran out, she held me. I mean, there's some memories you can't forget. So that memory just sticks somewhere. And then, so from there, though I'm from a musical family, my mom sings.
Wow.
Yes, my mom sings. She has a very beautiful voice. She sings. My dad sings, but not in that professional level, but they have great voice. My brother sings professionally.
It runs in the blood.
Oh, yes. Actually. I tell you the truth. Yes, so my sister too, she sings too, very, I mean, she's a good singer. I mean, so from there, I mean, my mom already knew that this guy has something musical and all of that. So, I mean, they started pushing me in that particular light. And that was how, I mean, it basically started. Yeah.
That's really beautiful.
Actually,
so also like to know who was your like major musical influence
Ah,
growing
Jesus
up? Like, who did you look up to? Like, I'm gonna be like this person one day. So what was that?
Okay. I have to be very truthful in this interview.
Yes.
So, so growing up, I've always been a huge fan of Michael Jackson.
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
Yes, actually.
Wow.
So I've
No wonder he sounds like him somehow.
Sometimes, yes, I get that a
sounds
lot.
like
I get
him.
that a lot. So I've always been a huge fan of Michael Jackson, though he's a secular singer.
Yeah.
But I love what he stood for when he was here. You know, so I loved his voice. I loved his passion for music and all of that. So I watched him while growing up, and I loved everything. You know, but along the line, while I encountered Christ and everything, you know, I'm like, okay, I want to now use this particular gifting of mine to preach the message of Christ and reach out to the world. Yes, that's basically it. So he was a major influence while growing up. Yes, growing up, yes, he was a major influence.
Beautiful. Wow, that's good. No wonder you had this guts, the confidence to go for the Voice Ninja, because we along the line we just saw that this voice is so exceptional. It's a global one. It's a different one, and I'm pretty sure that was where you got the confidence to go for the audition in the Voice Ninja, and then you were among the final final contestants.
Yes,
so how did you get there? How was that confidence like? What prompted you? What pushed you? What gave you that guts that, oh, I can do this. Let me give it a try.
Okay. So like I said, I'll try to be very honest on this show. So it wasn't I didn't plan it. I didn't plan it. It's not something that I planned and like, okay, I'm going to go to The Voice Nigeria this year. It wasn't like a planned thing. So but most of my friends, they're always like, well, I'm go to, you know, a musical competition like The Voice or Nigerian Idol, any of them. So they were like pushing me to do it and all of that. So, but I've always been, I don't like competitions. Yes, so though I believe everyone is unique in their own sphere, wherever God has called them in, you know. So, but I'm not like the competition person, you know. So a friend of mine, we had a bet.
Wow.
Yeah, we had a bet. So he said, you cannot go to the show and go through the first stage. So I said, okay, let's give it a try. I said, okay, if I go to the first stage, so the plan was when I go through the first stage and I pass, I won, you understand? So I would withdraw. But after the first stage, I didn't want to withdraw anymore. I enjoyed it. So I loved every part of it, because when I got there, I saw a lot of, that was one of the moments when I was in a gathering or in a setting where we had a lot of like-minded people. Like we had like 100 of persons. Yes, that I think we're 100 that qualified for after the blind audition.
Wow. Okay.
So we're like 100.
Wow.
So imagine being in that space where you have people that reason like you.
Must be heaven.
Yeah,
God, it was one of the best feelings I've ever had. Wow. I'm telling the truth, because everyone was like literally into what I do. So that was what motivated me to be on the show. But when I entered the show, I loved what I saw, so I wanted to stay on the show.
Now made you to
change your mindset.
Exactly. So my mindset changed along the line and all of that. I'm like, oh, this is a great platform to also, you know, share my giftings to the world and all that. Yeah.
So now, after the whole experience, meeting people like you, I'm sure they were in different levels of this whole ministry and industry. So since that experience, how has the Voice Nigeria experience changed your life? Do you think the platform helped you to become a better version of yourself, or how did it impact you generally?
Okay, so honestly speaking, the platform really so the platform comes with its own exposure. Yes, so The Voice Nigeria is already a name. They already have a brand.
Yeah.
You know, it's a global recognized brand all over the world. You understand? So it's a global platform. So they already have their audience and all of that. So it exposed my craft to lots of people. So there were people that didn't even know Just Roland existed before, you know. So, but because I had a lot of people reached out to me in my DM. I mean, it was that crazy that we had people like Stan Nze. Yes, Stan Nze, the actor. He reposted my performance of Michael Jackson.
I saw something like that.
Yes, Stan Nze reposted it. There were lots of celebrities that reposted it, bloggers too that reposted it and all of that. So that gave my giftings and my talent that exposure. Yes, it gave huge awareness. I mean, I think the legit, yes, the legit news blog, they carried it also. So it really gave that. And then another thing too is, aside from the fact that it helped me meet like minds, I also learned, because my coach Neola, she's a very, very musical person. She understands music to a great extent. So she helped me. So via her teachings and her lectures, I started perceiving music from another dimension and started seeing it in another light. So it really helped my musical journey, for real. I won't lie about that. It did.
Wow. So do you think that platform made you discover another talent that you didn't know about?
Okay. Well, that's a tough one. So the thing is, I've always known that there are lots of potential in me, but one of the things that the platform made me realize is that I didn't know that I can score a song between how many minutes and deliver the song.
Wow.
Yes, because you know the way the show is being done, they just throw up songs to you. You have to listen to it, and then you have to perform it. You have to
word.
Yes, you have to be in character. You have to, yes, you understand. So that helped me realize that even in this music thing, I can work under that kind of pressure. Though I always work under pressure, but that kind of pressure was a different pressure entirely. You understand? So that helped me learn, and then it also helped my stage presence too. Yes, because you really had to use your stage. The stage is really big. You understand? You have to really use the stage and everything. You understand? So that's, yes, it helps me in that light. It helped me see that I can actually walk under that kind of pressure, and it helped me, learn more how to use my stage and emote even better when I sing.
Wow, must have been a master class in it.
I promise it was a lot. It was a lot. I mean, many people broke down because it was a whole lot.
Wow.
I'm telling you, it was a whole lot. Many people broke down.
Wow.
It's not. The competition is not for the weak.
Wow. But then it's worth it at the end.
Actually,
yes, so
it
is actually. It's really worth it. I'm glad I went for the show. Yes.
Wow. So in other words, The Voice Naija made you more known.
To a great extent, it did. To a great extent, it did. Yes. I mean, it came with its own exposure, but I mean, for everyone that knows me, everyone that has followed my musical journey, they know that I always say this to my friends. I always say this. I don't want to call it a quote, but I would always say, I work hard as if I don't have God, and I depend on God as if I don't work hard.
Hey, that's deep.
Yes.
That's deep.
Yes. So when you see me at home, I barely sleep. I'm thinking, okay, what cover do I jump on? Who do I reach out to? How do I go about this thing? How can I be more creative? So so if you follow my journey, you know that I'm a hard worker, and I always push myself out there. So yes, so even before The Voice Nigeria, there was a certain level of exposure I already had. Yes, before The Voice Nigeria, Akporo already reached out to me.
Wow.
Yes, Akporo reached out to me, and then from there we connected. We even did a song together.
Yes,
we did a collabo together.
Yes.
And then aside that, I also I jumped on a cover of Ebuka songs, one of his songs.
Yeah.
He reached out to me also, and then we, I mean, our relationship is such a beautiful one. Yes, the brotherly
And this
relationship.
was from your own personal.
It wasn't even about
not
the voice.
voice.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. So that's what I'm trying to say. The Voice came with its own exposure, but even before The Voice, there's been a whole lot of things going on and everything.
Behind the scene.
Yes. So I appreciate the exposure it also gave me.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, guys, it's been an awesome journey.
It's
been an awesome journey.
Such a mixed grill.
You get?
Yes, so it's a mixed grill.
It's been an awesome journey. It's a mixed grill. Really, I don't feel like going for break, but I need to come for this break. Let's quickly go on a short break. But before we go on that break, let's take a look at Roland's video. Let's listen to those skills that he gave them there. Let's listen.
Yeah.
What about sunrise? What about rain? What about all the things that you said we were to gain? Did you ever stop to notice all the blood we shed before? Did you ever stop to notice this crying or this weeping sure? hide all the hate. Let love lead the way. What about empathy? What about the fear? What about truth and I? Someone help me please. What about Nigeria? Every promise. What about everything? Lord, please hear. Oh, wow.
That was
Glory.
That was awesome. That was touching.
I tell you.
So feel the emotions behind
Yes.
it.
It was really an emotional moment for me.
Actually, it was.
Yes.
We now see
It really was.
Truly, it was.
Because I think during that point was the election period too.
Oh,
Okay.
Yes, yes. So that was why in the song I mentioned Nigeria.
Oh,
Yes,
wow.
actually. So it was a really emotional moment for
Time
me.
for you. Even in that moment, you had Nigeria at heart. I'm so
You
proud
get
For real.
you.
For
I'm
real.
so proud of you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Any new projects you're working on currently? Any new
Yes,
collaboration
yes,
you're aspiring
yes.
to do?
And yes. So aside from the fact that I just released a sound, a sound titled Forever Loved.
Hey.
And yes, it is everywhere on all streaming platforms. And I mean, it's been blessing lives in and out of Nigeria. I almost say in and out of the world. Yes, even in heaven, yes. So, but aside from that project, we're currently doing a tour, a Forever Love tour.
Okay.
Yes, Forever Love tour. But aside that tour, I have I think about 3 songs lined up that I'm yet to release.
Wow.
Yes, I have 3 songs here. So, I mean, just anticipate for it.
Wow.
Okay,
Wow.
we're anticipating.
Wow,
But
actually we are.
For Forever Love right now, what was the inspiration, or should I say the message behind that
the song?
Okay, so the title of the song says Forever Loved. I love to say, an eternal God will not give a temporal gift to his people.
Hey.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Word.
exactly. So when you squeeze a tangerine, the juice that comes out of it is the tangerine's juice that comes out of it. So you don't squeeze a tangerine and bitter cola juice comes out of it. You understand? So yes. So God is eternal. So when He gives us His gifts, He said, if how wicked your earthly parents are, they know how to give good gifts. He said, how much more your heavenly Father. So there are many Christians. I mean, not just the people of the world, now, even Christians in church. They feel like once they mess up, God hates them, He dislikes them, He has extracted His love from them, He doesn't love them anymore. But no, that's not it. The Bible said that when you were dead in sin, He commanded His love
That's right.
towards you. So you had not even come to Him, but He commanded His love. I mean, that's a risky thing to do because you don't even know if this person will love you at the end of it. But He did that for you. You understand? So, I mean, the love of Christ, He said, what love is greater than this, than for a man to lay down his life for his friend? That is a lot.
Wow.
So the inspiration of the song comes from the fact that many Christians, they go to church, but right in their hearts, they feel God doesn't love them anymore.
That's right.
So they're just being religious. They just pray religiously. They do whatever they do religiously.
That's the norm for them.
Yes. So, but the idea of the whole thing is that you are forever loved by God. You are forever safe in His arms. Nothing can take you away from His arms. He loves you forever. So that's the message that we're trying to disseminate through the song.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
So,
deep.
who are you looking up to collaborate with?
Yeah.
Who are you looking up to? Like, who do you want to? You're so
Both
eager.
Nigeria and outside.
And outside,
Nigeria,
yeah, you're so eager to have a song with.
Dig into your hearts.
Yeah.
This is a very great question. So the truth of the matter is, I've not really sat down and longed to. I mean, I enjoy the journey as I go through it. As I go through the journey, I mean, I enjoy it as I meet musicians. I mean, I know I would definitely collaborate with lots of people, but for now, I can say, but I would want to collaborate with Ebuka songs.
Hey, of course.
Yes, I want to collaborate with Ebuka. I want to do a song with Ebuka song. That's for Nigeria here. I want to do a song with Nathan Ebasi. I want to do a song with Dunsin.
Hey.
Yes, because I love their musical prowess and how they create their music. That's for Nigeria. Then outside Nigeria, I want to do a song with Jesus help me. I want to do a song with maybe Kimbrel. Yes, I love Kimbrel and Jonathan. Okay, three of them: Kimbrel, Jonathan McRenoyd, and
wow. Those are tough guys.
Yes, and Travis Green.
Wow.
Wow.
Loaded name.
Oh yes,
actually.
yes.
I'm
Actually.
a fan of his music.
Actually, Kimbrel, my mama.
I know it will all happen very soon by God's grace.
But
Record this. Make sure you record this. I would
definitely.
we'll bring it back.
5 years later.
Yes, so I don't joke with
go in
words.
search of this.
Definitely.
All
So
right.
these are the people that I would want to work with.
Okay, so quickly, what advice will you give to people who are just starting? Because like you said, you worked hard, you pushed yourself, and you actually got your own audience before The Voice Nigeria. So for someone that is just starting, who doesn't have any audience yet, what advice will you give them in this moment?
Okay, so I will just speak generally, not just to gospel singers. I will just speak generally. I like to say consistency breaks resistance. Yes. So
consistent breaks resistance.
Yes. So
wow.
yes. So I mean, when you're trying to chop down a tree, it is not the last strike that brings it down. It is the series, the series of strikes that brings it down. You understand? So you need to. Someone said, when you discover your passion, you end up not working all your life, because when you are working in your passion, it doesn't feel like you're working. You get? So before you go into music, music is a very, very serious business. It's hard work. I'll tell you the truth. Music is hard work. It takes your spirit. It drains you. I'm telling you, if you want to really do music, you understand? So first, if you are going into music because of money and all of that, you may run out. I'm not saying there's no money in music, but if that's the motive, then you will be frustrated along the line. But let it be that you're passionate about it. Once it is your passion, then you know you're ready to die for it. You understand? So keep doing it. Be consistent. You understand? Keep putting out content. I mean, this 21st century, we're in the computer age, right?
Yeah,
yes. So
attention is the new
exactly.
currency.
You understand? And then keep learning. Be like humble yourself. Learn from people that are already there. You get? Sometimes I spend all night. I'm reading about this one. I'm reading about this. I mean, I stalk some people's page. I'm learning. I'm learning how do these guys post. I see some of their posts. They don't even get a lot of engagement. And you see them. They post again the next minute. They post. You understand? So keep posting. Keep doing. You don't know that particular content that would announce you to the world and all of that. You get? So I mean, I think I had like 2 viral content that helped my TikTok page, and those content I just did them casually and it just blew up and all of that. So just keep pushing and everything. You don't know. You don't know the particular one that will actually announce you, but let your motive be that. I mean, let your motive be right. I mean, because if you go into anything with the wrong motive, well, see, consistency is that powerful that even when you go into a thing with the wrong motive,
you may actually still
that's the funny part of it. You understand? It would work for you because
you've been there.
You're just consistent. And so consistent is the
This
powerful
is a
word.
master class.
Wow.
A master class.
Guys, I just feel like this show should not end. Just Roland. Are you not sure we're going to tie it down here in the studio?
Please.
No, we have to let go of Just Roland. But before we go, he has to sing for us. He can't
Definitely.
leave the show
Definitely.
without singing for us.
My God, Jesus.
Yes. So what are you doing for us?
Jesus loves me, this I know. For the Bible tells me so.
Come on now.
Little ones to him belongs. Oh, they are weak, but he is strong.
Come on now.
Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me.
Come on.
Yes, Jesus loves me.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
The Bible tells me so.
Come on.
Oh my God. Speechless.
This is
I could touch the voice. I
Oh,
could
yes,
feel
please.
it.
I
the
like
vibrato, the minor note,
The rips and runs.
the rips and
My
runs,
God.
word for word.
It was running.
It's palpable. You can touch it.
Roland, you're so much. You're
Thank you so much. It's good.
My G.
Thank you so much, my G. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Like all the compliments. I mean, I'm really, really grateful. Thank you so. I mean, I feel like home being here.
Wow.
yes.
That's so lovely.
Sorry,
That's
thank you
so
so much.
lovely.
I'm so happy having you too.
Yes, yes.
I am
But
so
before
excited.
you go, you're going to be answering a couple of questions.
Jesus Christ of
Yes.
Nazareth, help
Very
me,
simple
Lord.
questions.
Nothing too much.
Yeah, nothing too much.
And you only have 5 seconds to answer
5
each
seconds?
question.
Yes, 5 seconds.
My God,
Favorite celebrity?
Ibuka songs.
Most astounding day of your life.
The day I gave my life to Christ.
Football, basketball.
Football,
Okay, movies or novels?
movies are big. Who does know?
Favorite city?
Favorite city, Abuja.
Okay, favorite food?
Eba. Swallow.
Mention one thing on your bucket list.
Yeah, skydiving.
Okay. So
Oh,
if you
yes.
were not doing music, what will you be doing?
I'll be a cook.
You love cooking?
What's one?
I don't know.
Okay. So what's one thing people don't know about you that they might be surprised about? What's that thing they don't know about you?
I mean, if I say it here now, I've exposed it.
That's a game. What's that thing?
Too many secrets. I don't even know which to share.
Okay.
They say the strength of a great man is in his secrets.
Just say it. You have to share one. Let's hear one.
Just one tiny one.
Yes, one tiny one.
I
Like dancing in front of the mirror.
Oh yes, I dance a lot. Yes, actually. So I dance a lot in my closet.
Joy, why you giving him this expo? No, Roland, let's go back. What's that one thing? Share that secret.
Oh God, please! I'm trying to think.
Okay, let's not put him on that pressure. He said he feels at home. Let's not drive him away.
Don't drive me away, please. I can't think like it's.
All right.
I don't know.
So lastly,
Yes.
Please.
what's one thing you do before every ministration or performance? One habit.
One habit I do aside from vocal warm up, I pray. I speak in tongues. Yes, I pray. I speak in tongues. That's really where my confidence. I get all the confidence. When I'm short of words, I just pray. I just speak in tongues, and then I go on stage.
That's the secret.
Yes, yes, I do that. And then, sorry, one more thing I do most time before I go on stage. I know this. You said one thing people don't. I make sure I eat serious eba or fufu before going on stage. I love it. Yes, I love it.
So you can scream, you can belt.
Yes, I mean many singers are against that. They're like, don't eat before you go on stage. But I eat. I make sure I'm full before I go on stage. Yes, trust me. I fast and pray.
It doesn't affect your vocal.
It doesn't at all. Before I performed Ed's song, I ate well.
Wow.
I swallowed some.
Hey guys, it's been an awesome time. Trust
yes.
me.
Oh, definitely.
I do not want to end this show today. A lot has happened here today. A lot has been said. I'm super excited. I have Just Roland here with us today.
Gracias.
We are so thankful.
have you.
Thank you for coming, Roland. We appreciate your presence here today.
And the master class.
And the master class,
I learned a lot,
actually. We've learned a lot, actually. Thank you so much. All right, guys, many thanks for joining us on today's episode. We've actually come to the end of today's show. We will see you guys on our next edition. Bye.
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 Your love has captured my heart, my love. Here I am. Your love has captured my heart, my love. Here I am. Your love has captured my heart, my love. Here I am. Your love has captured my heart, my love. Oh, here I am. This love, I'll never find another. This love, I'll never find another. This love, I'll never find another.
In early March 2024, Professor Hongbo from Tsinghua University took our reporter for a special visit. 5 months earlier, his team had completed China's first clinical implantation of a wireless, minimally invasive brain-computer interface, or BCI. The bulge on Mr. Yang's head marks the location of 2 coin-sized BCI processors. They were implanted to collect neural signals from the sensory motor region of the brain, enabling body control through an external way. After a severe car accident in 2009, Mr. Yang was paralyzed and dependent on others for 15 years. Since the BCI implantation, subtle but meaningful changes appeared.
最主要的是，我现在有温度的感觉，过去是没有的。过去冷热都是一种感觉，是刺痛。你看，比如说哪儿痒，就这么葫芦一下，老幸福。
我们一起干杯，祝您早日康复。好，谢谢。好嘞，谢谢。
Innovations in medical technology have allowed Mr. Yang in Beijing to once again feel the warmth of happiness. In today's China, newness is everywhere. Just how new is China? This is an industrial park in Hangzhou. The lights stay on late, but it's not the factory workers who are working overtime. In this 12,000 square meter factory, 16 production lines operate at high speed, replacing manual labor, increasing daily output from 10,000 to 50,000 units, and achieving a 99% pass rate. New technologies, fresh breakthroughs, and innovative products are continuously enhancing the competitiveness of Made in China.
China has been spending a lot in science and technology and innovation. So cooperation in that field is not only good for China, they are also very critical to us as China and South Africa as developing countries to cooperate in these fields so that we remain globally competitive. If you are not competitive, you'll always be a follower. We don't want to be followers, we want to be participants in this journey for new development.
Horgos Port in northwest China's Xinjiang is the country's largest land port for auto exports. Li Honghe is driving a domestically produced new energy vehicle to Kazakhstan, helping with the export process.
最多时候口岸送车的摆渡人有3000多名，平常都是1500名左右，都在这个六代国门周围等待送车。
Car ferryman is a newly emerging profession, directly resulting from the rapid growth of China's new energy vehicle exports. Over 4,000 kilometers away in Shanghai, 1,888 of China's NEVs are ready for shipping. In today's China, an NEV rolls off the production line every minute. In 2024, production and sales both exceeded 12.8 million units, keeping China at the top globally for the 10th consecutive year. Ismail Haki Musa, ambassador of the Republic of Turkey to China, is a devoted fan of Made in China.
I myself bought a car produced in China. I bought a cell phone produced in China. Chinese products made in China is becoming more and more popular in Turkey as well. This is true, but this is not only in Turkey. A regular observation throughout the world. Products made China more competitive, at a cheaper price, at a high quality.
From made in China to created in China, the innovative power of Chinese manufacturing is evident across the modern industries, not just on the road, but also in the air.
高原。我们帕米尔高原呢，也有一个机场，也是我们新疆高原机场，直接就可以坐飞机到我们的塔县来啦。
Tashkurgan County, located on the ancient Silk Road, has an average altitude of over 4,000 meters. A few years ago, Mika from southern China, born in the 1990s, chose to come here and invest in a guest house. The new Kashgar-Tashkurgan flight route is boosting local tourism.
我们开始当前的准备会。今天呢，我们直飞喀什到塔什库尔干航线，是个高原航线。
The aircraft servicing this route is China's self-developed regional jet, the ARJ-21. It's the first regular flight by domestic planes to China's ultra-high altitude airport. While the successful maiden flight of the C919 fulfilled China's large aircraft dream, the ARJ-21 is another milestone. It is China's first domestically designed medium short-range turbofan regional jet built to international standards.
一般的飞机通行这样的高原机场是不太容易的。我们211飞机飞塔什库尔干，飞机性能各方面是满足要求的。ARJ 211飞机现在的支线飞机的比例是越来越高了。
Real-time data from the ARJ-21 aircraft is transmitted to the command center in Shanghai. Here, the aircraft manufacturer provides direct operational support to its clients.
这些边疆地区，你一旦用大的机型进去，你会发现飞机坐不满。这种支线机型的话，恰好弥补了这个空档。
2020年来塔县的时候，它是没有这种商业化、特别豪华的酒店。今年5星级这种酒店啊，它也入驻了塔县，房间每天基本上都会爆满。这2年发展是特别快的，肉眼可见的。
China has set the goal of becoming a leading innovative country with strong self-reliance in science and technology by 2035. Innovation in science and technology is driving national progress and benefiting the people. A 5-hour drive from Kunming, the capital of Yunnan province, lies Sangyuan County. After a weary long trip, Pan Jianbin finally arrived here. He and the medical team will conduct congenital heart disease screenings for more than 10,000 local children.
现在是有点大。
平时上体育课你追得上大家吗？
Tao, age 12, was diagnosed with congenital heart disease during this screening.
明天我们准备给孩子做手术，我们就大概有个半小时，我们就把手术给他做完。
Congenital heart disease is the most common birth defect, with incidence increasing at higher altitudes. In Sangyuan, the rate is far higher than the national average of 0.7% to 0.9%, casting a shadow over local children and their families. Due to the remoteness, poor medical conditions, and the complexity of medical treatment, this family has already lost one child.
我们到昌岩大概2个小时，昌岩到临昌3个小时多一点，从临昌到昆明7个小时。过去的事我又不想提了，又伤我的心。失去一个，我再也不想再去失去第2个。
This time, doctors from Beijing have come to her, and the operating room is in the vehicle accompanying the medical team.
这个手术车是直接跟我阜外院的系统联系在一块了，很顺利，放了一个小小的封堵器，就把整个窟窿全部都堵掉了，也不用吃什么药，星期一咱们就正常上学。
Pan Jianbin's team brought this new Chinese solution that treats heart disease without incision, radiation, general anesthesia, or intubation. It transformed heart surgery from major operations in big city hospitals into mobile treatments in villages. Even though the path is long and difficult, the benefits of modernization are making their way to reach every Chinese citizen and beyond. Pan's team is committed to treating every child with congenital heart disease, providing free treatment and regular follow-up visits. The team has trained thousands of doctors in over 30 countries. The ultrasound-guided intervention technology was selected by the United Nations as a global project, applied in more than 1,000 medical institutions across 60 countries, and has saved over 200,000 patients. Chinese doctors are using technological innovation to actively contribute to building a global health community. Modernization began in the 18th century in the West and remains a universal aspiration. Yet there are multiple paths to achieve it. China is forging a unique route characterized by peaceful, green, sustainable, and innovative development, harmonizing material and spiritual growth on the journey toward common prosperity. In Gulang County, which sits on the edge of the Tengger Desert in northwest China's Gansu province, villagers are rehearsing cultural programs to celebrate the upcoming 6th anniversary of their relocation.
给你们看看好多啥？照片啊！你看，这就是之前我们搬迁前，我们山里的老房子。你能不能把那家的找到？这照片真是我的咋上来的这？ 我的老婆子围绕着呢，老婆子那个穿的这个破烂子上。
Faded photos of the pre-moving days evoke Gulang's past as one of the poorest areas in China. In 2012, the local government relocated the impoverished people from remote mountains, helping them escape poverty. In their new homes, villagers embraced modern agriculture and animal husbandry tailored to the local conditions.
我从宁夏来的，
我从兰州过来的，
我们是和田来的。 这边地比较好嘛，出肉好。
Wang Zhongyi brought in the second batch of lambs for the day. After several rounds of haggling for prices, Wang Zhongyi sold 130 lambs at a fair price.
今年个年过把都这么的这个事了，甚至说最后开心了。
Today, Gulang County is becoming a national sheep hub. Trucks of well-fed Gulang sheep are sent nationwide every day, generating annual sales of 8 billion yuan. Its sheep inventory remains on top in the province for 5 consecutive years.
这就是我的家。 这山上厚的太多了。
Everyone wants to live a better life. With industry supporting them, the villagers' lives are getting better and better.
变化最大的这地方是个交通好，我快了，服务员了，出门就不走过了。
好简单的生活。
那唱这个歌，我们的生活充满阳光，太阳光。
Coming from a major agricultural nation, Ambassador of Pakistan to China Khalil Hashmi finds China's people-centered approach to agriculture development particularly striking.
China has developed a very successful model of rural development, agriculture development. So I think what China has been able to do is also develop the technologies at scale, but also to develop seeds which can give you higher yield with less effort. So putting it all together, but working also in a very focused manner on rural areas. So developing and enabling, empowering rural communities. So this model, I think, has been defined by people-centered.
It is early summer, and the harvest season for wheat has arrived in Taehe County of Anhui Province. Zhu Zhongjiang and his grandson set off early in the morning to keep their appointment with another season of abundance. This wheat field is about 165 acres. 5 combine harvesters, equipped with Beidou navigation systems, completed the harvest in just 10 hours. Years ago, Xu Chongxiang dove into agricultural technology and increased the wheat yield per move from under 300 kilograms to over 700 kilograms, earning the title of Wheat King of Anhui Province. Now, in his 70s, he is still busy working in the fields. Through the cooperative he founded, he is actively promoting the model of large-scale farmers helping smaller ones escape poverty. Over 3,000 farmers have seen their average annual income rise from 16,000 yuan to nearly 30,000 yuan. In this country where food is of paramount importance, modern agricultural production not only needs to ensure that 1.4 billion people are well fed, but also fed well. At 5 p.m., preparations for the night catch of yellow croakers are underway. Workers strike the water surface to drive the timid yellow croakers into the fishing boxes, which will be harvested after dark. On Chinese dining tables, 8 out of every 10 yellow croakers come from Ningde. Yellow croaker, a unique marine fish of China, has long been a delicacy for the people along the southeast coast. However, in the 1970s, Liu Jiafu experienced a heartbreaking event he calls the yellow croaker tragedy.
1974年春暖花开，5到6月份大潮水期间，本来是这个大黄鱼产卵的时候，结果没有鱼进来产卵了。
Overfishing once led to the near extinction of the wild yellow croaker in this area. At that time, Liu Jiafu, who worked at a local fishing farm, had the idea of saving the yellow croakers through artificial breeding. It was a difficult undertaking in those days. In 1988, Liu Jiafu submitted a report to the CPC Ningde Prefectural Committee about developing mariculture technology for marine fish in eastern Fujian. The then secretary of the Prefectural Committee, Xi Jinping, stamped a note of approval on the report. This approval document has turned yellow with time, but the determination to derive food from the ocean remains as strong as ever. following this, Ningdu continued to increase its research and development efforts and gradually expanded the scale of artificial yellow croaker breeding. Today, the yellow croaker has become the largest mariculture fish species in China and one of the most competitive export aquaculture products, with the entire industry chain generating over 10 billion yuan in value. Modernization of agriculture and rural areas is the foundation of China's development, but such progress should not come at the cost of damaging the ecological environment. As early as 2005, Xi Jinping, then Secretary of CPC's Zhejiang Provincial Committee, proposed the important concept that lucid waters and lush mountains are invaluable assets.
The development philosophy embodies of this saying from President Xi, meaning that we have to find the balance or harmonize among economic development, protection of environment, and of course, for the benefit of the people and its culture.
In September, with temperatures dropping below 10 degrees Celsius, Guo Jianzhong and his colleagues set off as usual on their motorcycles. They are protecting the Ulan Suhai Lake, also known as the Pearl Beyond the Great Wall. It is the largest lake wetland in the Yellow River Basin and a rare large grassland lake in the world's desert and semi-desert area. As a bird sanctuary, one can catch sight of the white spoonbill, gray geese, and red-billed gulls peacefully resting. Today, around 260 species of wild birds live in the Ulan Suhai Lake Reserve, with over 200,000 wild birds coming here each year to breed. Today's lush grass and carefree birds at Ulan Suhai Lake make it hard to imagine that back in the 1990s, the water quality here once deteriorated to an almost unusable grade due to reduced natural water replenishment, coupled with the discharge of industrial, agricultural, and domestic wastewater from upstream. The lake's total area shrank from 800 square kilometers before 1949 to less than 300 square kilometers, forcing generations of fishermen to find other livelihoods.
能闻见臭味，鱼也少了，鸟也少了。
资源钱交了，然后渔具买了，就没打成鱼。
A transformation occurred around 2019 with the pilot project for ecological restoration in the Ulan Suhai Lake Basin.
按照习近平总书记提出的“山水林田湖草沙是一个生命共同体”这样一个理念呢，各个生态要素之间是互相联系、互相制约，也是互相影响的。以前我们是头疼医头，脚疼医脚，现在我们可能更多的还要关注乌梁素海整体的生态环境的变化、生物多样性的变化，以及整个乌梁素海流域的整体我们的生产生活方式的变化。
To reduce the encroachment of surrounding deserts on Ulan Suhai Lake, the local area has explored various sand control methods. One approach combines planting saxual trees with cultivating sistanch, the desert ginseng, integrating sand control with industry development, achieving both environmental restoration and prosperity.
这个梭梭树了，我们让它和肉丛中合理的寄生共生，哎，这就是一个和谐共生的一个理念吧。
Through relentless efforts into desertification control, the entire Ulan Suhai Lake Basin has been rejuvenated. Annual sand output from the Ulan Bu Desert to the Yellow River dropped from 77 million tons to around 3.7 million tons, protecting both the lake and its surrounding ecosystem. Since 2000, China has contributed about 1/4 of the increase in global green space. A truly good life isn't just about a livable environment. It also needs to feed the soul. A rich inner life is just as vital as material wealth. The spiritual foundation of the Chinese people comes from the long and unbroken history of Chinese civilization, which is the wellspring of wisdom that fuels China's progress. How ancient is the history of Chinese civilization?
I declare the draft decision 43-8B.15 adopted.
On July 6, 2019, at the UNESCO World Heritage Conference held in Baku, Azerbaijan, China's Liangzhu ancient city site was approved for inclusion on the World Heritage List. This recognition signifies the international acknowledgement of the over 5,000 years of Chinese civilization as represented by the Liangzhu site.
I think the one word that comes to mind is spectacular. You know, it's really a marvelous find.
我们构成了一个证据链，证明良渚在5000年前已经进入到初期文明的社会，揭示我们的中华文明的起源、形成、发展的脉络，然后让国人、让世界来了解。
Now, July 6th has become Liangzhu Day in Hangzhou. Liangzhu unveils China's authentic ancient roots and modern vibrancy to the world.
Buenas. La verdad es que ha sido una gran sorpresa al conocer las ruinas de Huangzhou, porque ha demostrado que es un patrimonio de un valor incalculable, de un valor mundial.
Knowing where we come from allows us to better understand where we are heading. The 5,000-year legacy of Chinese civilization remains vibrant today, enriching people's spiritual lives and driving Chinese modernization. It's seen in traditional style skirts, cultural heritage floral hairpins, crowded cultural venues, museums, and record-breaking shows. It's been carried abroad by chic national brands, viral icons like the Monkey King, hit films like Ninja, and globally celebrated Chinese festivals. In the 5th month of the traditional Chinese calendar, the Dragon Boat Festival is celebrated as expected. In Guangzhou's Daling village, vibrantly adorned dragon boats ignite waterways with competitive fervor. For the new villager Zhaotu, the rich cultural traditions of this ancient country fascinate him to no end.
我叫小兔，今年40岁，然后来自美国。其实我姓 Bunny 就是兔子的意思。
At this museum in Guangzhou, Zhaotu can travel through time and immerse himself in the study of Chinese ceramics. Originally majoring in logistics in university, he has now transformed into an expert in ancient ceramic identification.
我认识的第一个 China 是什么？就是一个很珍贵的，只有隆重的节假日我们才能拿出来去用的一个瓷盘。然后我们刚好也就是用中国的陶瓷去把中国的5000年的故事给讲下来了。我觉得它会持续性的去影响整个世界吧。
Like Zhaotu, many foreigners are captivated by China's traditional culture, traveling from afar and becoming ambassadors of cultural exchange. Appreciate one another's beauty, create a world of universal peace and prosperity, coexist in harmony, and foster mutual benefits through cooperation are the principles rooted in 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, reflecting the simple aspirations, the ideal world, and the beautiful
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms,
Can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
This is a rapidly changing world. Unprecedented innovations in science and technology, big data, artificial intelligence, cloud computing. A digital wave is sweeping over the entire world and changing our present. Meanwhile, humanity still faces several challenges: climate change, the loss of biodiversity, intensifying desertification, and extreme weather conditions, increasing and occurring more frequently. To protect our home and to achieve sustainability, we need to foster strong international cooperation. We must focus our efforts to promote change and rise up to meet the challenge. Just 120 kilometers west of the capital, Phnom Penh, is the Kampong Speu province, which is known for growing mangoes. The endless green orchards signals a bumper harvest which is sure to be plentiful. Today, the fruit farmer Samba will be sending his freshly harvested mangoes to the nearby Chinese factory. After being checked for size, pests, and sweetness, the sale of Samba's mangoes went smoothly. With the signing of the RCEP, more ASEAN fruits can enter China with zero tariff. This has given Samba more export opportunities. But this was not always so. In the past, his mangoes were repeatedly rejected. Because they used outdated planting techniques, orchards were plagued by pests. The mangoes often varied in sizes and failed to meet acquisition standards. The arrival of Chinese phytosanitary experts brought much-needed change to Samba's orchard.
Right after harvesting, our mangoes go right out. No branches or leaves. They have to be clean. You also have to know which area these mangoes were harvested from. What variety are they? You have to keep a record.
From planting, harvesting, and packaging to storage, transport, and export, Chen Qisheng explains China's standards for imported fruits to the farmers of Samba and also shares the methods to achieve these standards.
We must adhere to scientific ways of pesticide usage. The same principles apply to the usage of fertilizers as well. Now, the goal is to establish standard-compliant orchards that apply good agricultural practices and follow a planting and cultivation system that's proper.
Standards, regulations, systems. These three words may seem rather vague and unfamiliar to Samba. But in the laboratory, the fruits varying in quality, sweetness, and color show a difference that can be seen and tasted.
Let me show you and explain the difference.
This fruit pulp in my right hand meets the high quality standards of our factory. You can compare the difference of these two fruit pulps from each other based on their color. This one in my right hand is our highest quality mango. This is the part where we check the quality and measure the size.
Emboldened with more confidence, Saba resolves to transform his orchard. Under this standardized management, his livelihood would not only provide for his family, but also offer prosperity.
Our mangoes are getting much more recognition, and that makes me very happy for the farm. I have plans to expand my farm even more so that I can plant even more mangoes to harvest.
In the Pailin province located in northwest Cambodia, we also see a harvest of longan. This is the third most popular Cambodian fruit exported directly to the Chinese mainland, right after the banana and the mango.
From the province of Pailin, longans are one of the famous fruits exported to China. All the way from Cambodia, you will see that once it reaches China, it won't take long until it's sold out. This longan fruit is one of the 3 most popular products we export from our country. That is why we have 3 agreements. The ASEAN-China Free Trade Agreement has a total of 15 member countries worldwide. Next one is the RCEP, that encompasses approximately 2 billion people. The third one is the Cambodian-China Free Trade Agreement. This agreement promotes new opportunities for both countries between China and ASEAN, and of course within the region itself.
Since 2013, the different types of ASEAN fruits served on Chinese tables have increased exponentially from 53 to 73. The fragrance of fruits connects people together, mutually enhancing their lives. As China continues to expand its market globally, more and more nations are also opening their doors to China. In May, Ghana welcomes the arrival of the rainy season. The development of the Port of Tema expansion project is underway. This will be the largest freight distribution center in northwest Ghana. However, the beach where the harbor will be located happens to be the largest nesting site for sea turtles in the Gulf of Guinea. Since the project's initial planning stages in 2016, concerns have been raised that the construction project may result in destruction of the turtle's habitat. In July 2016, a team from the China Harbor Engineering Company arrives in Ghana. Throughout the expansion of Tema Harbor, the Chinese engineering team successfully incorporated measures to protect the surrounding marine life.
Please give me a hand. Come here.
Yan Fa's responsibility is to patrol the coastline surrounding the construction site. Whenever turtle eggs are discovered, a protective barrier is set up around the eggs.
Move over, please. Careful.
Yan Fa is the head of the Ghana Project's Environmental Protection and Social Responsibility Department.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah. Okay. I'll prepare the sand. The sand must be dry.
As the Tema Harbor expansion project took off, renowned Ghanaian sea turtle expert Manessa joined the Chinese engineering team on the coast. To ensure the safety and preservation of the scattered sea turtle eggs, the engineering team on the beach, under the direct guidance of Manessa, has designated a special area to establish a sea turtle breeding center.
So this entire area here is already outside the construction zone.
I think this area is more suitable.
The gestation period of sea turtles is highly sensitive to the environment. The location must be relatively quiet and devoid of any illumination. The foundation must be made of dry sand and also slightly raised above the surrounding area. While choosing the building materials, the engineering team consciously avoided using any metal.
44 in here. Okay, now we're going to cover this hole with fine sand, okay? Let's get started.
4.
Over at the port, the construction of 4 150,000-ton container terminal berths has already begun in earnest. Meanwhile, at the Sea Turtle Breeding Center, a cluster of sea turtle eggs are waiting to hatch open. After a period of 45 to 60 days, the first batch of baby sea turtles emerge. Throughout the entire construction period, over 17,000 baby sea turtles have successfully hatched here.
Release them, let them go back to the sea. Carefully.
No more trouble.
Yes, no more trouble.
The little ones experience the sensation of seawater for the first time. In a decade or so, they will return to this coast again to mate and lay eggs in an endless cycle of life. From the deep and vast ocean waters to the high rocky mountains and hot deserts, the concept of ecological protection has sparked a global desire for a greener economy. Over in North Africa lies the Kingdom of Morocco. This beautiful country sits on the edge of the Sahara Desert, where sunlight is an abundant resource. This gives rise to a collaboration project between the Moroccan government and the various Chinese electric companies, which expect growth by 2025. Having first begun in 2015, this solar power station that was designed and built by the Chinese companies resembles a sunflower blooming in the Sahara. 7,400 heliostats move in sync with the rising and setting sun. The 248-meter tower harvests the dazzling sunlight. This energy project, spanning across 1,400 hectares, is among the world's largest power stations. For its construction, China brings out its cutting-edge energy technologies and shares it with Morocco. Booster station equipment from Shandong, the main transformer from Hunan, numerous cables from Jiangsu, complete sets of manufactured instruments from Chongqing. China showcases its industry's best equipment on the Noor project. Zhang Le of Shandong Electric Power Construction has dedicated 7 years immersing himself in this project's development right from its very inception.
Witnessing the project transform from nothing to gradually being built up into the giant it is today gave me a sense of purpose.
The construction of the Noor 2 and 3 CSP plants was completed in 2018. Even after the project was completed, the Chinese team decided to retain a group of maintenance personnel. Zhang Le is among that group.
What's happening here?
The temperature's too high. The air conditioner just stopped working. I don't know what happened.
I'm going to find someone to take a look with me. Wait, so can you go with me to the roof? Help me check the machine for the air conditioning.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Light and heat are essential to this project, but at the same time, they're also extremely damaging to the electrical equipment. In these areas, we need to regulate the temperature and humidity in order to keep them within a normal and reasonable range.
The region basks in 3,000 hours of sunlight per year, with temperatures soaring very close to 75 degrees. Harsh environments with extremely high temperatures can cause damage to the equipment. Dealing with any malfunctions is Zhang Le's primary responsibility.
I think we try our best to make it move, okay?
Okay.
Do you understand?
Okay.
You got it?
Okay.
Operational support still continues 5 years after its completion. That is rare in international collaboration projects such as this.
Come on. I've just opened the bypass valve for the water. Let me know when the temperature drops down there.
It's starting to go down now. The temperature's going down.
No matter how good the design is, there will be times like this when its performance will be affected, especially when you're constantly working in these kind of extreme weather conditions. We must come up with more efficient methods based on the equipment we have to achieve the exact results that we are looking for.
Over the course of 2 years, the construction of the Noor plants have generated more than 6,000 jobs for the local community. After operating for 5 years, the Chinese team has also trained a local team to ensure the plants remain functional. This massive project, capable of meeting the electricity needs of over 1 million households, has not only allowed the whole country to bear witness to the wonders of new tech, but has also reinforced their resolve to forge ahead on the path to clean energy. Now in faraway Morocco, Zhang Le, who has been working diligently for 7 years, has also managed to find love while in the Sahara Desert.
He's the perfect person I have met in my life. And he's like He's my superhero.
By the end of 2023, the Chinese team is set to depart from Morocco. Their route back to the mainland will take them through Hami, Xinjiang. In that area, a larger solar thermal project is under construction. Its designer was also part of the team that worked on the Noor project in Morocco. This presents them with yet another chance to gain experience, as well as contribute to the international efforts being made in the field of renewable energy.
As part of the Chinese concept of ecological civilization, there was already a commitment to make the Belt Road Initiative green as possible from the beginning. But now that commitment is even stronger, because it's not just about making the BRI green, it's actually about making the BRI contribute to a global green agenda. And both in terms of climate and in terms of nature.
They say green mountains and lush waters are as valuable as silver and gold. And after that, we have seen a new development trajectory in China. Not polluting growth, but green growth. Not just growth, but high-quality growth. I believe that a green belt road is one of the most, maybe the most, important development path for the entire world in the future.
Since 2013, China, together with 31 other countries, have launched the Belt and Road Green Development Partnership Initiative and established the Belt and Road International Green Development Coalition with more than 150 partners from more than 40 countries. The main objective of this coalition is to jointly contribute to the successful implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals by the year 2030. Bangkok, a city plagued by congestion and pollution. Large amounts of vehicle exhaust is the main source of urban air pollution.
Correct. If you compare it with your...
Tanati, 56 years old, has been driving for a ride-hailing service for over 2 years. Recently, he's developed an interest in cost-effective transportation options. He replaced his conventional fuel-burning vehicle with the Chinese brand electric vehicle. Energy vehicles are economically and environmentally friendly. Tanati is very satisfied.
Before I decided to buy a Chinese electric car, I did a comprehensive study and research for about 2 years, comparing the performance of various brands. Some details that I consider is the technology, its energy efficiency, exhaust emissions, and several other factors. In the end, I felt that the Chinese electric cars offer a very competitive price point, and they are very well suited for passenger transportation.
In 2023, Thailand's tourism is set to make a strong comeback. Tanati plans to take advantage of this by purchasing a new vehicle for tour services, which will further grow his business. Thailand is quickly becoming a key market for China's new energy vehicles. The signing of the RCEP has brought about a more open, transparent, and convenient investment landscape. As of now, there are 4 Chinese companies investing in Thailand, with the total investment surpassing 15 billion yuan. And even more companies have announced their plans to enter the Thai market.
We're looking forward to the implementation of our CEP. The import tariffs on parts and components that come from China have been further reduced, thanks to the policy dividends resulting from the BRI. Our company is now enjoying heightened investment confidence and enhanced competitiveness.
With Chinese companies ramping up their investments, as well as pursuing a transition into energy vehicles, the country is improving its investment climate by rolling out a series of supportive investment policies, from offering tax incentives to subsidies made from car purchases.
These Chinese automobile companies are widely recognized as the frontrunners in the global electric vehicle industry. The development of electric vehicles is also an important goal of Thailand, and I believe that the investment of Chinese automobile companies here in Thailand will increase in the coming years.
Afghanistan, a country with a splendid history on the ancient Silk Road, thrown into turmoil by a ceaseless conflict. A majority of its population, more than 85% in fact, live just below the poverty line. Handmade carpets are the cornerstone of Afghan economy. In a factory in Kabul, its director, Walizada, is rushing to prepare goods for an exhibition that will be held thousands of miles away. These items he's preparing will soon be showcased at the 6th China International Import Expo. Ever since his return from the exhibition in 2022, the Import Expo has become his most valuable platform.
As of now, we are 100% planning to participate in the CIIE again because we have achieved good results before. We received new orders according to the new requirements. We also made new designs, created new products, and researched new methods as well.
Everyone in the factory is looking forward to showing these exquisite products, which should bring them even more new orders from the CIEE. Shanghai is more than 5,000 kilometers away from Kabul, just like Walizada. Feng Hui is also busy preparing for the CIEE. He's in charge of recruiting for the exhibition. He's lost count of how many business trips he's taken.
Overall, the numbers we have recruited for the expo have increased, mostly because we have greatly stepped up our efforts to go abroad, and it has garnered us more interest. So far, we have organized more than a dozen groups to visit.
Held every month in November, the CIIE is known as the world's first import-themed national-level expo. It acts as the bridge that connects China to the global market and allows Chinese consumers to shop around the world without ever leaving their homes. The CIIE has even included in its roster a diverse array of sellers from underdeveloped countries. Every year, the expo provides these sellers free booths to help them tap into both the Chinese and global markets. Because of war, Walizada's carpet factory was at its lowest point for several years. He had to struggle to make ends meet for more than 100 of his workers. His worries had ended up reaching their peak, and in 2022, he applied for a free booth at the CIEE. With the help of the Chinese embassy in Afghanistan, the number of orders he received were far beyond what he could imagine. After returning home with so many orders, Walizada immediately expanded his factory, hired dozens of new weavers, and distributed orders to thousands of family-owned workshops. It was then that the weaver named Ilyas arrived at the factory. In this factory, he was capable of earning up to 7,000 Afghanis per month.
It is exceedingly difficult to find a job in Afghanistan, especially one that pays well. Many of our young don't have any jobs. Carpeting is our livelihood, and we hope we will be able to receive more orders for carpets from China in the future.
From the Asian continent to the heart of Europe, from the East African plateau to the Andes, exhibitors from all over the world have found new opportunities of their own at the CIIE. Young Hai Sam from Africa brought oranges, tangerines, and lemons from his hometown to the first CIIE. His sales doubled within the first year. Spanish businessman Miguel not only opened up a new market for his wine business at the CIIE, he also turned from an exhibitor into an investor and is planning to invest 185 million yuan to build vineyards right on Chinese soil. Garces from the country of Chile is one of the largest local cherry exporters. Ever since the first CIIE, he has never missed a single expo. Currently, the cherries sold by his company to China account for 82% of his total overall sales. In order to better manage this most important market, Garces has moved his family to live in Shanghai.
CIIE is basically the opportunity for foreign companies to show their products to become well known in the Chinese market. We have been part of it. Mr. Xi is very wise. He helps businesses worldwide. He said we needed to be here.
China has an immensely powerful export industry, the world's most successful goods exports industries. And therefore, there could be a danger that China would simply develop its exports and not develop its imports. And therefore, it's very good that China has taken very conscious steps, make sure that the trade goes in a two-way direction. And a part of that is by having the import show. Therefore, China has shown in the real world that it's interested in two-way trade.
The southern foothills of the Himalayas. Every morning, the mountain awakes to the gentle hum of reading.
Below the topic.
A few years ago, the teachers at Srikari Devi School was provided with brand new and advanced multimedia teaching equipment. But because its internet was slow, the utilization of the new equipment was limited. To learn about the splendid world through the internet is the wish of every child. A China-Nepal optic cable that passes through the Himalayas is being connected from China's Geelong port.
When China's internet infrastructure entered the country of Nepal, suddenly the quality of the internet became very good because the latency is very low.
On a hilltop not far from Srikari Devi School, a new cell tower stands proud and tall. It is one of the 4,186 cell towers built by the joint efforts of China and Nepal Telecom. It is also part of the high-quality 4G network that covers the whole territory of Nepal.
At present, 99% of our cell towers have been officially put into commercial use. Their coverage includes all 77 districts and countries throughout Nepal.
Because of China's internet infrastructure, high-speed internet has revolutionized the way people live, enabling Nepal to keep pace with the rest of the world.
I believe that the high-speed internet connections will enable Nepal to fully develop its potential in all aspects. Once this is achieved, it will definitely strengthen the bilateral relations of the country as well as the economic and cultural relations.
In Lagos, Nigeria, Andrew is a courier rider for a Chinese express delivery company. The advanced internet has brought him this prosperous career, and his income is much more than that of his friends.
SpeedUp taught me how to do business. Since I signed the bike as independent rider, I manage it as my business. Everything changed.
Every day, hundreds and hundreds of express motorcycles shuttle through the streets of Lagos. The goods transported in 2-foot-long express boxes have gradually changed from clothing and groceries to high-value electronic products such as mobile phones and game consoles. These small packages bear witness to the changes that digital technology has brought to Nigeria. Ningya Lei is the general manager of the SpeedUp Express branch in Nigeria. He came to Nigeria in the year 2020 and saw an Africa that was completely different from what he had imagined. The number of internet users was growing rapidly, and trade with China was at an all-time high. However, the development of local logistics is far behind the development of cross-border e-commerce.
There's a huge market in between, and when we came in, we realized the demand was high. Companies need to come in and enter this market during this time.
At the beginning, SpeedUp Express had a team of only less than 10 individuals. But almost everyone had a wealth of experience working in domestic express companies back home. They plan to replicate China's well-established logistics models within the local area.
How did local express delivery work? Before we arrived, they used markers to write their name on the box itself. Then the box is then sent by bus, and you had to pick it up at the bus station or the logistics company. After we arrived, we had to copy some of China's more advanced models in express delivery.
Behind every small express delivery label is actually a logistics system that has been carefully and digitally streamlined, which is also a localization plan headed by SpeedUp Express.
Overseas warehouses and local last-mile delivery are what interest me the most.
Gao Chenxiang is currently the person in charge of the overseas warehouse of SpeedUp Express. After 3 years in the business, and after having ordered 3 expansions to the warehouse, he still finds it difficult to accommodate the growing needs of his customers.
Ever since 2022, when our warehouse first started, we've been operating beyond capacity, and many customers' goods cannot come in.
John, a Nigerian, has studied and lived in China for 13 years. It was during this time that he became close friends with Gao Chenxiang.
What's his name?
Krabin.
It was one person only. Now he has even more hands helping.
Yes, it's because of after that problem.
John, who returned to Nigeria 2 years ago, was invited by Gao Chenxiang to become the supervisor of the company's overseas warehouse.
Can we finish all of them today?
With time, you begin to know more about the work. And you start seeing how good the company is, how the work is going. And when you know more about the work, you start feeling happy about the work.
Now 3 years have passed, and the company's overseas warehouse and operations team comprises of over 1,000 people. Relying on local outlets, self-pickup points, and smart lockers, it has formed its own express delivery network.
I would continue my work with SpeedF. I regard this job as my career, and I hope to see more benefits from SpeedF.
The digital experience that came from China has enabled Nigeria to have its first logistics conveyor belt, its first scanner, and its very first call center. People can now use their mobile phones to check where their packages are, as well as when they will arrive. The time spent for online shopping has also shortened from 6 months to just 6 days. Because of the addition of Chinese experience, the express delivery industry in Nigeria is becoming more and more developed. At the same time, more and more rural areas are beginning to welcome the joy brought by internet-related technology.
For billions of people, the pace and scale of sustainable development is reliant upon digital connectivity.
The digital Silk Road stretches across the entire Himalayas and bridges the gap between the Asian and African continents, enabling more developing countries. As more and more countries come together and collaborate as one entity, a greener and more sustainable path towards scientific advancements and green development unfold, ushering us towards prosperity.
The Altai Mountains span an elevation of 1,000 to 3,000 meters, with the highest peak, Friendship Peak, reaching 4,374 meters. The Altai Mountains stretch for over 2,000 kilometers across China, Mongolia, Russia, and Kazakhstan. The Altai Mountains in China are situated in the southern region of the central section, spanning a total length of over 500 kilometers. The Irtyx River, which is the sole river that flows into the Arctic Ocean from China, and the Ulunga River, the second largest river in Altai, both have their origin.
Hello and welcome. I am Deji Bademasi. Insecurity is perhaps the biggest challenge confronting Nigeria today, and it's no surprise that security actually got the largest chunk of Nigeria's 2026 budget. Now, many in the country, including the President Bola Tinubu, believe state policing could be an important solution to the problem. Time and again, the President has canvassed the formation of state police, calling on the National Assembly to work on creating it, as it would require constitutional amendment for that to happen. But despite the seriousness of the insecurity challenge in the country, the National Assembly appears to be foot-dragging on the issue. So what exactly is the cause of the delay? Joining me now to shed more light on the issue is Senator Abba Moro, the Senate Minority Leader. He joins us from Abuja. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us on the program. So what exactly is delaying the formation of state police? Why is the National Assembly, why does it appear that the National Assembly is delaying on it?
Well, I don't buy the idea that the National Assembly is delaying on state police creation. As a matter of fact, there is no consensus at the moment, as I'm talking to you, about the veracity of state police. And so I know that a few persons, including Mr. President, think that creating a state police will bring a solution to the lingering problem of insecurity. But the truth about the matter is that nobody has been able to tell us why the current security architecture has not been able to solve the problem of insecurity. The whole Nigerian army, the whole Nigerian police, in all its ramifications, mobile, whatever you think about it, and across the country, there are states also that have additional civilian task forces as security formations to tackle insecurity. And so I don't think really that as a person that the state police will provide the answer to our problem of insecurity. It has been on debate, it has been caused, has been in the public domain, and I can tell you as a member of the Constitution Review Committee that it has been discussed at the level of the Committee on the Review of the Constitution. But like I said, there is no consensus as to the veracity of the creation of a state police. But don't forget also that people who are complaining about delays in setting up certain agencies and parastatals of government are not abreast with the dynamics in lawmaking. I mean, when it involves constitutional amendment, the committee has to sieve the numerous bills that have been passed on to them. The committee has to agree at the level of the committee on which ones deserve serious attention. And when these ones are picked out, they are sent to the state houses of assemblies for concurrence. And any of the bills that meets 24 2/3 of the 36 states of Nigeria will definitely be
very important. Something that is actually trending. It's a story that has been trending now for a while, for over a week now, and it's something very important. Now, on the 24th of November, 2024, Sulaiman Alede, a professional broadcaster and someone, of course, that we all know very well, was appointed as the managing director now of Edo Broadcasting Service. Quite a number of us in the industry actually hailed his appointment because we felt he was a square peg in a square hole, and that, you know, a professional, you can't get a professional as better as Sulaiman. Now, he started his transformation in Edo Broadcasting Service. The transformation was there for everyone to see. Edo Broadcasting Service, before Sulaiman was appointed, was dead. It was not on air at all. Now, this man came in, turns the station around, put the station online. I mean, they went digital. He resurrected a dead station, transformed the entire place, and of course had some very great plans for the station. I mean, those plans were actually unfolding. But then something dramatic happened 1 year and about 6 months later, and that's on May the 30th, 2026. Just a couple of days back now, I should say, he dramatically resigned from his appointment. Now, the issue is generating a lot of controversy. The question is, did he resign or was he pushed out? The state government later issued a statement. After his resignation was announced, the state government issued a statement saying that he was actually redeployed and that he left just because he was redeployed to the Edo State Orientation Agency. And by the way, as at the time the government said he was actually redeployed, that agency never existed. So according to the government, he was supposed to be the pioneer director or so, or MD or so of the Edo State Orientation Agency. It's a burning issue, and it's what we're going to discuss now. Joining me to discuss this issue, just to let people understand what actually happened and how the whole drama unfolded, I have Libros Oshoma here with me. And now, Libros is not just, Libros is from Edo State. Libros understands the issue. Libros has visited the station, Edo State Broadcasting Service, several times when Sulaiman was there. And so he's very much a stakeholder on this issue. Libros, thank you very much for coming on the program. And I'm happy that you're here to help people understand what actually happened with this whole drama that we have witnessed the past couple of days. Let us start with the issue now of resignation and redeployment. What exactly, from what you know, what exactly happened?
Yeah, thank you very much, DG. But before I go into whether it was resignation or redeployment, I was one of those vociferous critics of the former governor Obaseki, because for somebody who, you know, came highly educated and with the kind of governance that I saw, I was very critical. And so when this governor came and I saw the kind of appointments he was making, and I felt that truly, despite the way he came in, and despite the perception that I believe with the kind of appointment he's making, that he's won the SSG, you have Sulai Alede, you had Samson Osagi then, and then, you know, his, I don't know whether it's his brother, one Kizito Opewolo. These are people who are very cerebral. So I felt that, look, this governor, you know, means well, despite the way he came in. But with time, I started seeing Alawada. First and foremost was the, was it resignation of Samson Osagi as Attorney General, and then some other persons. And, you know, it was as if the professionals were just leaving one after the other. And the ones that were there, they weren't given any latitude or opportunities to operate. So gradually you saw was like comedians and, you know, jokers just start taking over. And so I took a back step and I started reassessing. Yes, like you said, I do analysis for the station since July. Even when I visited, anytime I go to Benin, I go to the station. They invite me for analysis and you know. So I saw a lot of things that happened. But I asked a question because I did issue a release the moment I heard the news, and I asked the same question. I will ask it here. Do you redeploy somebody that had resigned? Because the resignation of Suleiman Alede hit the news first.
Yes, exactly.
And then it was, I think, about an hour later, I think because of the traffic it was generating and the negativity it will portray. So they quickly issued a statement redeploying him. And in that statement, because I was taken aback, I was subsequently surprised with the statement that were coming from the governor thereafter. In that statement, permit me to quickly read.
Yes, exactly. Please go ahead.
During his tenure at EBS, according to the state government, Mr. Alede demonstrated considerable dedication to public service, broadcasting, and institutional development. The state government commend him for his outstanding contribution to the broadcasting sector and wishes him continued success in his new assignments. Mr. Okay, yes. And then the redeployment reflects the government recognition of Mr. Alede's professional expertise and capacity to advance the mandates of the Orientation Agency, an institution critical to civic engagement, value promotion, and public communication strategy across Edo. So
that is the so-called redeployment letter.
This is the redeployment letter.
Yes.
So
issued by the state government.
Full of praises and eulogies for Suleiman
and of course
Alede,
signed by the secretary to the state government.
So with this, I think the backlash from the public that, yes, they know that Sulai was going to leave eventually because it would be difficult for him to operate in such an environment, like I had said. I think with all of those backlash, the governor hurriedly visited the station the next day, and then they started all of the spin and then stories eventually that, you subsequently heard. Transmitter or no transmitter.
We're going to come there, but
the issues were much more than that.
Yes, exactly. So let's talk about those issues now. What exactly led to this whole issue of resignation? What exactly led to it? Or whether redeployment? What exactly led to it? Because something must have precipitated this.
Yeah, thank you. Like I said, I talked to people in and outside of the state, even within the station, because over time, most times, anytime I travel, I carry my tripod because I know that EBS most times will call me. Not too long ago, just about 2 weeks ago, this same Sulai was on air on Arise TV, eulogizing Governor Okpewolo and all of that. In fact, the insult that he received, if you read the comments on that video, people insulted him, that a professional like him should not be seen, try to whitewash. Yes, certainly, the bridge that is generating a lot of controversies now, that children went on a Boy Scout or Scout went on excursion on, and that bridge, I even talked about it, that bridge had, though Benin had not seen that kind of development until this man came. So we can't wish away all of that. But typical politicians, from the feelers I gathered,
yes,
they don't like any negativity around there. In fact, I learned the new acting man, read the riot act to the workers there, and telling them that
that's the acting MD.
Yes, that the act setting up the organization was actually to promote and propagate government activities and not to point them to direction, what they perceive to be criticism. So one of the major allegations against Sulai was that he was critical of the government, that as MD of the broadcasting organization should be critical of the government.
And was he actually critical? Because
that's the area.
I know that there are some reports, for instance, when there was this report, for instance, that they did a story on, is it the desilting of drain or clearing of drainage?
Before that, DJ, let me start from the Ebo Stone issue. You remember, Kusula is a core professional.
Yeah.
That we all know. So when there were allegations that his reporter was slapped or pushed at the government house by one of those associates of the governor called Ebo Stone, Sulai, during his, because when he got there, like you rightly acknowledged, before he came, EBS, kudos to Governor Obaseki, you can't take that away from him, hate him or like him, he actually renovated the structure and then created a world-class radio, what do you call it, a radio section. But they had not done the roofing and the acoustic, before they left, because they didn't expect that they were going to lose election. So when Sulai came, the roofing was completed by this administration, and then the acoustic was done. We'll get to that because those are part of the money they are claiming on transmission now. And so when they did all of that, I think he started newspaper analysis to move traffic back to the station. Mind you, the station was off air before he came. And so in some of those analyses, as a professional, it was his responsibility to point to some areas of lapses that they needed the government to focus on. So in one of such analyses, he pointed out the fact that his reporter was harassed at the government house, and that if the said person does not apologize, that he was going to resign. I think that the handlers of the governor or his acolytes and supporters didn't like that, and that was the first time.
The truth is that a reporter, one of his reporters at Edo Broadcasting Service was slapped.
As a general, you expect him to protect his worker. So he protected his worker and said, if there was no apology from that non-government actor, if there was no apology, that he was good. And so...
And this non-government actor is very close to the governor.
Very close to the governor. And so I think he had a meeting with the governor and then explained his own side. Some of the governor's aides actually rooted for his sack. And I think that story actually led to the exit of the former chief press secretary, you know. So because they don't, you know, want anything negative around the governor. It is so bad. I must say this, Deji. It is so bad that the current chief press secretary, you wonder, have you ever seen a press release from the chief press secretary? What he does is to gag the reporters. That is why if you look at headshots, if you look at shots from the governor's shots, from all of the reporters in Government House Benin, it is all the same. Video shots, all of them are the same because they are all edited and doctored and ensured that the story is, you know, tilted in a particular way. Some reporters complain. In fact, I've listened to some reporters from Government House complaining that they are receiving, you know, queries from their office. But that's another side. And so all basically they want is, all they all want is, look, nothing negative should come out. So he survived, Sulai survived that. And after that, I think the battle line was drawn. If I were him, I probably would have resigned at that time because the battle line was drawn. They started recording his analysis and sending to the governor. So the issue of the desilting of the drainages, you imagine packing out rubbles from drainage and then you put them by the roadside. What was the responsibility of a credible media house? Point this to the people. Point out this to the people who are responsible. Commend
them for doing the job, but to say, look, you didn't finish it.
And then, when they now go back to clear out those rubbles, you now report that they are listening government. That as a listening government, the moment you raise your voice, they listen. But that didn't happen. They were angry that why should our own propaganda machinery be the one pointing us to the ills in the society, that the opposition were going to use that. Also, that there was a time the street lights were not working, that Sulai also during his analysis also referred to the fact that street lights were not working. So they tagged him now as anti the governor. So they record these clips and then play it to the governor. And then the last one was when, after the primaries, today the primaries is still generating.
APC primaries.
Yes, the APC primary is still generating, you know, a lot of crises. The Edo South senatorial primaries between Ogbede Hama and Izeyamu. So the report was that the visits of the Izeyamu was played on EBS and that of Ogbede Ihama was not reported. And the perception or the belief is that Ogbede Ihama is the governor's candidate. And so when the issue was raised, Sulai queried the reporters who reported but did not file the story.
That's the reporter who covered the story of Ogbede Ihama.
Of Ogbede Ihama visiting the palace but did not file the report. So queried 3 of them. One of them pointedly, from my investigation, informed him and told him that he was not going to answer that query and that he was going to report to the special advisor to the governor on protocol. That's the guy they call Piccolo. That's how his name came into. So what it means is that these people were more powerful.
And I understand this individual was suspended, but there was order from above that
he never responded to that query. And so these people were actually issued query for not filing a report that involves the governor's candidate. So rather, what now happened? They went to tell the governor that Sulai is issuing query to his people, to those who are supporting him. While on the contrary, Sulai actually issued query to people who did not file a report that favors the governor's candidate. So that was the horse, that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yes, that's the final straw.
Yeah, they pushed back and the young man had to, you know, throw in the towel because I think his credibility and personality was being tested beyond his limits.
Now, shortly after he resigned on the 30th. Yeah, he resigned on the 30th of May. That was, I think, a Saturday. And 2 days later, on a Monday, the governor visited the station. Surprisingly, the governor was at the station and made some allegations that the place was badly run and that he bought transmitters. The transmitters were not used, that monies were given, and nothing was done, and even threatening that he was going to open the books and all of that. You want to...
I would expect,
yes.
I thought that by now they would have opened those books. Because I actually, when the first release I did and somebody said, do I know what it takes to become a governor? And I said, well, these people wanted to employ credible people so that those credibility the halos would shine on them. I expect them to open the books. Really, my investigation also, because I talked to some of them, the investigation actually revealed that this transmitter that we all know, you don't have to be in the media to know.
Yeah.
In fact, I went there, visited, I took pictures. If
of course we have pictures of the transmitter.
If your producer can put some of these pictures, yes, you can see this. If you look at those transmitters, they were there. If you look at the names, if you zoom into those transmitters, you'll see the name of the government contractor that supplied them. It wasn't Sulai. Sulai did not supply.
So because there have been allegations from different quarters that Sulai was given money to go and buy this transmitter.
Not at all.
He traveled to China to buy the transmitter.
Not at all. That is a big lie. Sulai, look at the, if you see, that was when the transmitters were brought. Because I visited these places. In fact, I loved what I saw on ground in terms of the structure, but the facilities were not there. It will surprise you to know that when Sulai resumed in Edo Broadcasting, the newsrooms, they were still using paper and biro to write news, to write reports. There were no laptops, no prompters. That's how bad it was. So I was there. I did interviews with them. So this transmitter was supplied, but no...
By a contractor, a government contractor.
By a government contractor, and generators. From these funds, generators also were supplied by government contractor also. And then the acoustic
That's when they had what they call the intervention fund.
Yes. Acoustic also for the radio studio was completed. The roofing was completed because the contractor was not paid by Obaseki because, like I said, they didn't know they were going to lose the election. And then the landscaping was done. And also, remind you, they were not, like I said, it wasn't, Edo Broadcasting was off air. Ihewe transmission was also manageably, put on air. And a staff was transferred from Benin to Ihewe to manage Ihewe. So, and then all of this, while the transmitter was on ground, there was no...
the transmitter wasn't activated.
It wasn't activated. And then also there was no UPS for the transmitter. Right from that time till he left, Sulai kept requesting for funds to activate the transmitter, to also install a UPS so that that transmitter, any little surge will not damage it. We all know these things. So, but unfortunately, no kobo was released. Credit to the governor. The governor would give approval, but money will not be released until those approvals will expire. They will ask them to reapply again.
And the governor was there saying he released money and everything.
To show you that, that's why I felt bad for the governor.
He said that at the station and then bought 2 buses for them.
I felt bad for the governor because if he had good advisors, he wouldn't have visited that station that day. Do you know why? Because he exposed him. Because visiting the station, if they were given, because there were allegations that they were given subvention. If they were given subvention, why did the new or the acting MD now request and pleaded with the governor for subvention? If Sulai were given tools to work, why did they release bus that day? This is the same buses that Sulai had been applying for and begging the government for. But they refused because they felt, no, you are critical of us. You are showing us what we should do. Don't say, all you should do is just be alawada, be shouting as though it's shining. So nobody want to hear, no, this is what you need to do. People who are redundant should not be pointed to what they should do. They never like that. So if truly the transmitter, you gave money to transmit for installation of transmitter, I dare the government, I dare the government to open the books and show voucher, payment, while Sulai was in office, payment for installation or activation of those transmitters. And for the UPS, none. Even the Ihewe, as I speak to you, Ihewe was not on national grid. So there was supposed to be funds to connect Ihewe to national grid also. Nothing. So all of these issues, we know because this is a government we've been trying to also assist to patch and manage and feel, okay, is our state as bad as it is? Let us see how we can assist. Let us see how we can project the good. Thinking that somehow, because of the few credible people that have already left, then probably the government will be able to stand on its feet. But with each passing day, it's almost as if the government would rather surround itself with people that they are better than so that they can feel tall. And it's very unfortunate. The only few credible people around there are not empowered to work. So they end up just drafting memo and writing memos. So, and that's why, if anybody comes out, no matter how good, no matter what road construction that they do, if you come out to at least highlight those constructions, the best thing you will receive will be insult, because people feel ashamed of what is happening. Edo is shining, Akpaku rescue, and all of those shenanigans that is happening in the state. So, like I said, I dare the government, I dare them to publish monies, subvention released for activation of transmitters, and also money released for connection of Ihewe to the national grid. All of these funds were never released. So the money, the intervention that they got was, like I said, to purchase those generators, because when the governor visited...
And those generators, were they actually purchased by Sulai?
No, no, they were purchased by a government contractor. Because when the governor visited, that place was in darkness. When Sulai resumed in that place, if you have the clip, if you can play it.
I've seen for myself, I've seen your studio. You don't have studio. You have to either rebuild or renovate this studio. I went to call the MD of Ocean because I knew that you are paying for the services he's supposed to render to you, but it's not doing it. So I have to call him. If it's not ready, let him pack his thing out of this place. We'll look for a reliable source of energy. But meanwhile, we'll look at solar power energy. Just as I told you in the secret, I'm also telling you now, criticize me when I'm going wrong. Because I'm not a size of the people. This is just the way to go.
They were using flashlight from their phone to show the governor around because the place was in darkness. So that was when, true to him, and kudos to him, immediately he released the intervention fund for the purchase of 2 generators supplied by government contractor, not even Sulai. So, and this fund, and then the transmitter. And then for the first time, you saw EBS online, they stream online. Before now, you would have to travel to Benin to do interview with them. That was when we now started. A lot of us started doing interviews with them online via Zoom and the rest. On the 5th of June, I've been monitoring the radio station since Sulai left. 4 times they have been on air. On the 5th of June, 2026, they've been on air 4 times, the radio station.
You mean they've been off air?
Off air, sorry. They've been off air 4 times on the 5th of June. Fact check me. So, and then you come, you say it is for government propaganda. Even if you want to do government propaganda, also to show that the government, to a very large extent, also has accommodates alternative views. Create a balance. But no, because you have people with, absolute low mentality in government, they just believe that when they say a radio station or a TV station is to promote government agenda, then whatever government does wrong, then it should not be pointed out. Imagine you as a governor cannot be everywhere. One of the cardinal points of such station would be to point the governor to his lieutenant who are not doing well, so that at the end of the day, the governor will be able to see those people who actually subscribe to his dreams and vision. And not everybody playing alawada, whether good or bad. And that's why, you see them struggling to look for influencers to spin stories and all whatnot. talking about going to China.
So because I saw that video as well, just very quickly, because we have to wrap up, that the state government actually sent Sulai to China, gave him money to go to China, that was given a free hand. They sent him to China, and he went to China to do, you know, shopping, where he got these transmitters and all of that.
Deji, I can tell you that Sulai did not go to China. The state government did not send. I just showed you the transmitter. They were supplied by government contractors. The names are there. They were supplied, and those transmitters have been there. So transmitters are not something you can put in your pocket. They are all there, and right from the time they came, the Sulai had consistently applied for funds to activate this same transmitter. Let the government open their books and say, on this day, we released so and so amount for activation of transmitter. And then another thing, the unfortunate part of it is that the Commissioner of Information, our very good friend that ought to have been on top of this, has completely been sidelined also, because a lot of friends that also spoke to him, he said he knows next to nothing about this thing. Sorry, I'm calling his name, but it's quite frustrating. So when you see things like this, you now you ask yourself, no wonder credible people, educated people will not want to serve in government. And
normally, I mean, this station is supposed to be under the Ministry of Information, so the commissioner is supposed to be in charge, actually.
He does not know anything because they completely sidelined him. The only people are those ones who are close to the governor, who will be shouting Akpako Rescue and the rest. Those are the people that the governor listens to. No, so let me tell you, the governor wants to work. But unfortunately, when you want to work and you surround yourself with people who are consistently pulling you back, who tell you what you want to hear, and like they say, he who does not know and does not know that he does not know is a big danger to the society. If you do not know, learn from people. But unfortunately, you want to work and you do not know. You think you can do everything, and then you surround yourself with your friends that you have known from when you were maybe an artisan. The level you are in now, it's beyond the level of artisanship. You need people with capacity. You need people with credibility to work with you. Everybody does not have to agree with you. Some people are going to criticize you. I remember a former commissioner under Oshomole who became a minister subsequently. Clement Agba, I'll call his name. He told us, he said the reason Oshomole appointed him was, Oshomole told him, he said, look, I know what it takes to be governor. I know people, psychophants will be around you. But I need some of my friends who will be able to call me to order when I falter. So please come work with me. You need some kind of people, not the people who will tell you, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
All right.
Quickly, Deji, lastly, please. I would permit me to say this. Some of the problems of the governor, if he ever listens to this, is the fact that because of this psychophancy, you had people like Tony Ikpasaja, Samson Osage, Dr. Maureen Kuragbon, Barrister Felix Iseri of the Oil and Gas Agency, Dr. Tia Otwamagbe of Edo Line. All of these people were the former chief press secretary. All of these people were people that were working with him, and they left also under this kind of questionable circumstances. How then do you think that competent people will want to work with you when all you surround yourself with the psychophancy, and then in one breath you praise the man for being dedicated? And then let's even address this issue of redeployment. Do you redeploy somebody to an agency? You say the agency after your heart, and yet you did not discuss with him the capacity, the competence, and what you want to achieve with the agency. And then you just say you have redeployed it. It's an indirect way of sacking.
And now the governor is saying that Sulai did not run Edo Broadcasting Service well, that he did very poorly, yet he wanted to redeploy him to another agency. I mean, if someone didn't do well in one agency...
Is that not clownish? Look, let me read that letter again as we close. You say that the redeployment reflects the government recognition of Alade's professional expertise and capacity to advance the mandate of the orientation agency, an institution critical to civic engagement, value promotion, and public communication strategy across Edo State. So you said this man didn't run this organization well, but an agency that you feel is so critical, you have redeployed him there. You did not sit down to discuss with him what you want to achieve with that agency. You did not sit down to ask him, let him work out a budget for you, and then you just say you have redeployed him. All of these
and
are...
the irony of it all, that agency
does not exist.
Does not exist. All right, Libros, thank you very much for coming on the program.
My pleasure.
And thank you very much for, letting people know what exactly happened in Edo State and why Sulaiman Alede resigned. And you've heard it. I mean,
at your pleasure, anytime.
Yes, thank you very much for coming. All right, that's how much we can take on the show. We thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next time. Bye-bye.
It's so far the largest single raid carried out by Nigeria's Economic and Financial Crimes Commission.
We have never seen this kind of industrial scale.
792 suspects arrested.
Their audacity is unrivaled.
The details are chilling and mind-boggling.
We also discovered that some of them were ex-convicts.
This was the height of massive cyber fraud in plain sight.
We decided to bust them.
Sometime in November 2024, Abba Sambo Usman, who heads the Advanced Fee Fraud Section of the Lagos 2 Zonal Directorate of the EFCC, received crucial intelligence about a sophisticated cybercrime syndicate led by foreign nationals operating right in the heart of the Nigerian commercial capital, Lagos.
So following that intelligence, I brought it to the attention of my then Zonal Director, Mr. Michael Wetkas. So he authorized the commencement of surveillance to ascertain the veracity of the information that we received and to develop strategies for essentially combating the threat and executing a successful operation there.
The intelligence would be escalated to the highest level of the organization.
We processed intelligence and we realized it was actionable and proved that the intelligence should be investigated. And we set up our apparatus. Obviously, we monitor their activities for close to 3 weeks through our various tactical and surveillance operational approaches. And we confirmed that these guys were actually there, carrying out nefarious activities in violation of our financial crimes laws.
The intense surveillance would reveal a trove of shocking information.
They recruit their workers online and physically based on recommendation from the people already working with them. They get more other people to come. So once you are put through the recruitment process, which is to first of all test your typing skill and how fast you are in typing. Once you've passed the typing test, that is, your speed is what fits into what they want, they recruit you. Once you are recruited, you are moved to the next line. The next line is a place where the supervisors will give you a new identity. At that level, they say, who is your name? And once you tell them your real name, they say, okay, from now henceforth, they give you a name, usually name of a female, and then you answer that name, and then they create a profile for you, and that profile has a lady's picture, beautiful lady, and then you use that particular name they had given you, and then they bump into foreign numbers and you commence communication with your would-be victims.
So it's people, when they employ you, all you have to do, the responsibility is to create fake profiles on dating sites. So they go to dating sites, get pictures of beautiful female or male, it doesn't matter, because the targets can either be male or female, as the case may. So one is, the responsibility is to open 10 to 15 fake profiles per day. So when they're able to create those fake profiles, then it moves to the next level. They call them the developers. They are the ones that initiate the communication. The communication commences like normal romance relationship. So once they're able to develop that relationship, communication, when there is consistent communication with the victim on the other side, then they begin to introduce like a business idea. They begin to pretend as if they are into a certain type of investment activity, that this is what I'm doing and I'm making profit from it. Thus trying to sell the idea that there is something profitable taking place, that the other party at the other end can partake and make profit too. That is essentially how it takes place. So once that communication has been established and is going on well, the Chinese or the foreign syndicates take over. So it is there, they have dedicated a website where they send or direct the victim for the investment. So once the investment is made, they defraud the person, and then because they have taken over the communication, our Nigerian syndicate members don't have any idea of how much was defrauded or exactly where the money went to, essentially creating a kind of buffer. If they are arrested, then they don't have any information as to actually how the real fraud took place.
In the evening of Tuesday, December 10, 2024, just weeks after the reception of the intelligence, EFCC personnel in an operation codenamed Eagle Flush launched a surprise raid on the building where the syndicate had been operating from. It's an imposing 7-story complex known as Big Leaf Building on number 7 Oyejolayemi Street, Victoria Island, Lagos. The syndicate had clearly been operating in plain sight.
First of all, we discovered that quite a number of them were foreigners. From Asia, from Eastern Europe, from Northern Africa, and their modus operandi is something that was a bit strange or different from the regular Yahoo, activities that we are used to, the regular internet, fraudsters that we are used to. We discovered that these guys came in with a mind of using the identity of Nigerians to perpetrate their crime. And it's mind-boggling that we discovered that about 194 of them, now from various countries. So they formed a syndicate. If it were to be just a group of people from a particular country, that would have followed the normal trend, pattern that we are used to. Now, all these people were able to get themselves together from various continents, and now they are able to create that criminal cell in Nigeria was quite mind-boggling. Another thing that we also discovered was that it's not just only Nigerians Nigeria that they are operating. They are operating in other countries in Africa. They are operating in other parts of Europe. They are also operating in other parts of Asia. So those are things that we were able to discover. And also we discovered that the propensity of their activities being linked to financing of terrorism, that's also another mind-boggling area that we are also looking at.
You look at it, the place was located at a very highbrow area. And if you look at that building at number 7, Oyejolayemi in Victoria Island, Lagos, you think it's a financial institution, you think it's a bank. So anybody who was recruited in that place was likely to think that he had a very, very profitable and legitimate venture. So most of the Nigerians, that was what they thought they were into, but just to later discover that it was something else.
I am surprised in the sense that they have the audacity to set up such a big cybercrime operation in the heart of Victoria Island in Lagos. But the issue of being in plain sight, it is actually not in plain sight. They have taken steps to cover their track that if you don't actually know, you will never know that that is what is happening. Now, in the building that they rented, the fence, they used some metal sheets to cover the whole of the face of the building and painted it black. There is no one walking across the street. You look to the side of the building, you will get an idea of what is happening because it's completely blocked. Now, they have a hostel where they house the Nigerian cyber criminals. They ferry them from that location in buses that have tinted glasses. So they will move them from the hostel, check them into the premises, and then they proceed to their office. Just walking by, anybody casually walking by would never know that that type of criminal activity is taking place. And I think the main reason why people got to know is because they are always looking for new employees. So because people come to take the test, so that's how the word began to go around that this is happening in so place. So it's actually in plain sight, but it's pretty much concealed that the ordinary person on the street will not actually know.
In all, 792 suspects were arrested in Operation Eagle Flush. They include 148 Chinese, 40 Filipinos, 2 Kazakhstanis, 1 Pakistani and 1 Indonesian. The others are Nigerians.
For us to discover that a syndicate of such a large number was operating in an environment, going in and out, and foreigners for that matter, every day was a bit of a surprise for me. And nobody alerted us until, we got actionable intelligence by ourselves and we acted on it. So whichever way you look at it, I think it was something that actually got the nation jolted, as it were, and also got us jolted. Because you discover that nowhere has such number of arrests been made in one single operation.
Our blockchain analysis of the activities revealed that their funding was coming from another fraudulent activity. We discovered that there was one Conti.iv in that particular scheme. It's a foreign scheme. It was done abroad. And then our investigation revealed that in that scheme, they had raked in over $97 million. And then it is from that fund that was sent to a particular wallet. And then in USDT, digital currency. And that money came in, and then it was cashed into fiat currency here in Nigeria. And that was what they used to establish the business in Nigeria.
Most of the funds were received using cryptocurrency. It's a team that works on that. Despite their best effort, I don't think they will be able to uncover exactly the total amount of funds that were defrauded. What I learned from the informant is that if the team has succeeded in defrauding any victim, a bonus is usually shared. And then if it's the hit is actually big, the bonus will be given to virtually everybody. They are shared in different floors, different wings. So they just share the bonus to them.
Operatives of EFCC combed the entire floors of the complex, retrieving a trove of evidence confirming this was a sophisticated international crime syndicate with elaborate infrastructure in place being used to carry out their crimes.
They've been attacking our telecoms infrastructure. They have their base station. They came with about 2 base stations that we discovered. We have confiscated them, where they can make calls here with to an American line, and you will think they are calling from US. Yeah, you think that call is initiated, is generated from US itself. When you are making an international call, that's a way they think. But with their own, if you call you think they are in US. Yes, we confiscated over about 260 something foreign lines, over 500 Nigerian ATM telecoms card, SIM card, activated, ready to be used.
We saw that they were using over 1,500 desktops to perpetrate this. And we also stumbled on over 400 mobile phones they were using for this. We also discovered that they were using over 3,000 SIM cards. So their modus is, once we get those victims, those numbers were bombed, and then you've started communicating with the numbers, with the people. They start cajoling them into romantic conversations, and then get their attentions. And once you get their attention, you now tell them about this phantom business or investment platform that they offer. And then they ask their victims to register on their platform, which is www.yoto.com. So once you register on that platform, you're already part of them. It's assumed that you are into investment with them and everything. But for you to register on that particular platform, you have to pay some money. It is from $35 upward, $35.50. So you can just imagine bumping like maybe 100 people per day, and maybe even if you end up with about 50 or 20 per day, and you are you raise that kind of registration fee, it's a lot of money over time. So, and that was their modus operandi. They were using impersonation, particularly to achieve what they were doing. And then they were also changing their location through an advanced VPN technology, where they can choose to tell you they are communicating with you from London, from Germany, from Italy, or wherever. It is a deeper look that you now discover that all these communications are coming from Nigeria because the IP addresses are indicating Nigeria, thereby destroying the image of this country, damaging our image internationally.
They have some foreign females whose pictures that they use in the building. If there is a need to chat with the victims, those females are there whose pictures have been used in the profile. There is a phone line that is linked to each desktop computer that is used in the fraudulent activity that they can use to direct the communication. They have studios set up with ring lights inside that gives the proper ambience or vibe, as we may say in our street slang, that this lady is real, that you are talking to a person who is real. And there are also formats that we have encountered within the building, directing people how to start the communication, what name to use, which county to pretend that you are from, in order to win the confidence of the victim that is on the other side. It's really, really organized. One doesn't need to have any background in cybercrime or all this street criminality for one to be able to succeed. All one has to do is to follow those instructions. There is day one, this is what you tell him. Day two, this is what you tell. Day three, very much organized. Very much organized.
All the suspects would later be moved to the EFCC Directorate in Lagos for proper profiling in preparation for the arraignment in court. But managing the sheer number of the suspects was no mean feat.
Despite the fact that we may have made some operational plans, but the operation, because of the large number of people, over 700 or getting to almost 800 people were arrested in one instant. And then when you have like that large number of people, how much number of operatives do you need to have on ground to control that large number of people? And knowing us Nigerians, who we are, and the potential for us to become unruly when we are in large numbers. So it was really something that I will forever cherish, kind of, with the challenge that we face and how we were able to overcome it.
Many of the suspects have since been taken to court on charges bordering on cybercrime, cyberterrorism, identity theft, among others. Over 100 of them, all foreigners, have now been convicted and sentenced.
Actually, as of 25th of July, about 183 have been convicted. 183. We just have about 7 left. And even out of the 7, 4 have applied to plea bargain and all of that. So we have recorded the substantial sources in the prosecution. Yes, we also had some assets forfeited. Had some virtual assets, crypto assets worth about $200,000. Also, we have been able to secure the the forfeiture of over 1,500 computers and over 4,000 mobile phones. Over 4,000 mobile phones that were confiscated from these people. So you can imagine the extent of these nefarious activities being carried out by these folks. So by and large, we have recorded substantial success in this investigation and prosecution. And I think without being immodest, it's a world record.
As it is now,
There are some that are proceeding to full trial, those who have chosen to face and defend the charges against them. And there are some that have chosen to plea bargain. So those who have chosen to go for the full trial are undergoing their trials. They are having their days in court. Those who have chosen to plea bargain, we have disposed of that, and there are still some more in the queue.
Before anybody would want to go into a plea bargain, you must be certain that you have done your work absolutely to the best of your ability, and that the evidence that you have presented are compelling to the extent that they feel that it will be a waste of time for them to go to a full trial. And that is the situation that we find ourselves in. We were able to gather enough evidence to confront them with, and all of them know that they are mostly involved in this crime. With the evidence that you have, a number of them just felt there was no need stretching the legal process, and they came up to plead guilty to the charges that we filed against them.
With the convictions comes a sense of fulfillment for the officers behind the landmark operation.
I am fulfilled because all the effort that we have put into this work is finally yielding result. First of all, it's sending a clear message to the foreigners who are luring our youth into this type of activities that it cannot be tolerated. Secondly, the youth too are also learning that partaking in this criminal activity will not help them, hence making them to change their trajectory into something that is more positive. So if you look at it and the perception across the globe about Nigeria, now it creates the sense that Nigeria is actually doing something to get rid of this type of criminal activities. So I am fulfilled. We have put a lot of effort. We have not let our chairman down. We have brought honor to all the promises that he has made to help Nigerians to fight this type of criminal activities are fulfilled before his very eyes.
Now with this investigation and with the success rate of the prosecution, and the whole world should know that Nigeria will not tolerate such nefarious activities. Nigeria will not be allowed itself to be turned to a safe haven for these criminals. And EFCC will do everything possible to get them at any time, anywhere, and will expose their nefarious activities and ensure that they are prosecuted.
Eagle Flush was not just an operation. It was a powerful statement by Nigeria's anti-graft police that there will be no hiding place for cyber criminals in Nigeria.
It's one of the great landmarks of the EFCC airport, because out there, the impression that people are having globally is that it is only Nigerians that are perpetuating internet fraud, that are perpetuating all sorts of financial and dubious thing in Nigeria, in the name of Nigeria. But here we are arresting over 700 people involved in this financial fraud. This is a commendable effort, and we can only give our moral support to this nationalistic work that the EFCC is doing.
For foreigners especially who believe that cyber criminality in Nigeria is a Nigerian affair, this operation
Nigeria will be impartially governed according to the rule of law. We shall defend the nation from terror. We shall remodel our economy till fuel subsidy is gone. The central bank must work towards a unified exchange rate.
It's been 2 years now since President Bola Ahmed Tinubu made those solemn, far-reaching pledges when he was sworn in as the 16th president of Nigeria on May 29, 2023. Halfway through his 4-year term of office, President Tinubu is taking some of the boldest and toughest decisions that are now placing Nigeria on the sure path of genuine growth and progress.
I speak as a member of the Presidential Economic Coordinating Council, and I speak as someone who, from time to time, is opportune to have some conversations with Mr. President. His ruthless commitment and desire to see a transformed Nigeria is unrivaled.
I've known Mr. President now for almost 32, 33 years. He's somebody who likes to take bold step and bold move, and he's a visionary leader. These structural reforms which Mr. President did, really, you must give him credit. Even his own enemy will give him a credit, because removing total subsidy, making it an open market, for Nigerians to be buying at the market rates, and also doing the exchange rate on top of that. On top of that exchange rate, also doing the removal of subsidy to some of us in the high class in terms of electricity consumption, because 241% increase wasn't really a small thing. But all this have actually been absorbed by people without burning tires, without this, so it was actually accepted. And this has actually reduced the drain on government's resources. But on this one, really, I think Mr. President has actually done extremely very, very, very well. Because these were things that I thought they won't happen in our lifetime, but here we are.
Nigeria's economy was severely challenged when President Tinubu assumed office in May 2023. Revenue had fallen, with debt servicing taking about 90% of government receipts. Oil production had also fallen to a worrying level. The government had a mounting of foreign exchange obligations to deal with. There were fuel subsidy obligations running into trillions of naira.
Nigeria economy was on a cliff and in an intensive unit. And we weren't sure how soon it will fall. But when he came in, within a year, Nigeria moved out of the intensive units, moved away from that cliff, and is now in a recovery position.
The economy was practically on the brink. Our external reserve position, particularly the net external reserves, were so bad that it was so difficult for us to fund our foreign transactions. It was so bad that the letters of credit issued by Nigerian banks in most cases were not honored by our correspondent banks abroad. So that created a major crisis in our external position. Then we had a major crisis with our petroleum downstream sector. We were spending anywhere between 10 billion to 15 billion US dollars importing petroleum products. So that created a major fiscal crisis. And as a result of that, we had a regime of massive printing of currency. At the inception of this administration, I think there was a currency printing liability was about 23 trillion naira that was inherited by this administration. And that had very serious implications for our macroeconomic environment, for inflation, for deficit. And to make matters worse, the printing of money was done in a manner that was completely not transparent. So it was a very, very bad situation that required urgent resetting of the economy.
2 years on, and with bold and sometimes difficult economic policies, the economy is beginning to turn the corner. Government revenues have dramatically increased just as revenue to debt service has also come down to around 68%. States and local governments now get more allocations than ever.
That's why we've been able to push out economic growth that was the highest rate that Nigeria has seen in 10 years with what we did in 2024. And alongside that growth, we have seen other great indications. Reserves of close to $40 billion. Unencumbered reserve has grown by about $20 billion, which is from 3.99 to $23 billion. Nigeria was able to pay its IMF debt, the one that was procured during COVID, $3.4 billion fully paid, leaving some items of interest rates and special drawing rights to be addressed. Even we have also paid down Eurobonds and of about $2 billion of Eurobonds that we paid in 2024. And the states in 2024 alone in 2024, the states paid down 32% of their total global loans.
Now I can tell you that as a member of the National Economic Council, for the past 9 months, NNPC has not brought any money to Federation account. We largely depend now on Federal Inland Revenue and Nigerian Customs and non-oil revenue as our major source of funds for Federation allocation and fiscal mobilization.
The courage that has been displayed by Mr. President is quite unusual in this part. The hard decisions that we've spoken about for God knows when, he's been able to confront those twin problems. First, with regards to fuel subsidy, gulping about $10 billion every year. So he came in day one, faced that head on, and then the issue of devaluation of the currency and floating it, ensuring that there's transparency and confidence built in the last few months.
Stability is fast returning to the foreign exchange market, and the country has just recorded a balance of payment surplus of $6.83 billion for the financial year 2024.
I would say that we are entering what you can call a stabilization phase of the economy. The kind of volatility that we experienced in the second half of 2023 up onto the second half of 2024, those volatilities are beginning to fizzle out. From the second half of 2024 up until now, we have witnessed a kind of normalization, especially in the macroeconomic environment.
Our Fitch ratings are up. The reforms in NNPC, the signing of the new Investment and Securities Act, several important pivotal reforms that globally and domestically, everyone can attest to the inflection point that is the Nigerian economy this year. Portfolio investment is up, FDI is also up. You know, we've been tracking his investment announcements from his presidential trips, over 30 of them, as at December 2024 was $50.8 billion. Our job is to make sure that those announcements translate into bankable investments that we see through. And so those discussions and dialogues have continued to be ongoing.
The revenue of government has gone up 60% in 2024 compared to previous year. And that's the federal level. At the state level, the revenues to the states have doubled. So these are signs of the improvements in the government revenues as a result of the bold and courageous changes that were made that you have mentioned.
The measures we have taken so far in terms of orthodox monetary policies, we can see have begun to yield fruit. They have begun to yield fruit. We can see that attrition to reserves have been consistent. And at one point in time, may I remind everybody that we achieved the highest level of reserves in the past 3 years at one point in time. We've also continued to see inflation gradually beginning to decelerate. We can see that there's greater confidence in our markets.
What has happened under the solid mineral sector in the past 2 years is unprecedented as a result of the deep-rooted reforms of the Tinubu administration. Virtually all the metrics in the sector have changed. Investments are pouring in. At the last count, the government has attracted over $800 million in new investments to the sector. Among the new investments is a $600 million lithium plant in Kaduna State and another $200 million refinery near Abuja and 2 additional processing plants in Nasarawa State.
We have a policy of local value addition, which is also part of our 7-point agenda. And the idea is that for so long as we could remember, even before we were born, our minerals have been adjudged raw materials, and they've been extracted and exported to service the industries of developed societies. And so under the President Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda, we say no more. Now, we do not approve licenses from applicants who do not show us concrete plans of local value addition, which means you must process locally.
Revenue to the sector has also quadrupled in just the last 1 year. In 2024, the sector generated over 35 billion naira, up from 6 billion in 2023. And this is despite receiving only 18% of its 29 billion naira budget.
We created the mining marshals, which has become very popular and very, very effective in Nigeria. Now, in the last 1 year, because the mining marshal celebrated 1 year of its establishment a few weeks ago, and I reeled out these very positive and remarkable statistics. They've arrested over 300 illegal miners in 1 year of its operation. Over almost 150 are undergoing prosecution across the states in the country. And we've secured over 9 convictions, including foreigners involved in this nefarious activity. And this has really helped us to send a strong message and signal to the operators in this sector that it's no longer business as usual.
Some of the tough but necessary economic reforms of the government have not come without some difficulties for Nigerians. But the government has responded positively to ameliorate the situation. It's increased the minimum wage to 70,000 naira. It's also established the Consumer Credit Corporation with a provision of over 200 billion naira to make consumer credit more accessible.
Hitherto, Nigerians, especially the working class, find it extremely difficult to get money to buy cars, to build houses, to buy even household appliances. The President Bola Ahmed Tinubu thought there shouldn't be any reason why an average worker in Nigeria should worry himself because he wants to get some essentials of life. And so Credit Corp was established, and it's gladdening to note that it has done so well. So many Nigerians have been able to access that.
Another strategy to ease some of the fallouts of the economic reforms is the presidential CNG initiative launched by President Tinubu in October 2023 to facilitate the adoption of natural gas, a cheaper alternative fuel following the removal of petrol subsidy. Since its official rollout in May 2024, thousands of Nigerians and even government agencies have embraced the program, making the switch to CNG.
We've attracted $491 million of investment to auto CNG, which has created 9,000 direct jobs and 75,000 indirect ones. To this end, the Nigerian conversion capacity of vehicles from pure petrol and diesel to turn them to biofuel vehicles was also raised by almost 3,000%, with more than 200 new conversion centers established in this past year.
In addition to the CNG program, the government has rolled out and supported several other initiatives to cushion the impact of its reforms. There is the Presidential Conditional Grant Scheme, which provides cash grants to micro and small businesses. So far, over 700,000 nano businesses have received 50,000 naira each, while micro and small businesses have received $1 million naira each from the scheme.
The citizens have made a lot of sacrifice in the reform process. So there should be a way to ensure that the benefits of the reform trickle down better to the ordinary citizens. In other words, we need to democratize the benefits of the reform, because the citizens are still worried about the cost of living especially the cost of basic things like food, the cost of transportation, the cost of healthcare, the cost of education. Those things are still big issues. So going forward, we want to see more impact, more efforts, deliberate efforts to ensure that the cost of living is reduced, so that we can make the whole reform process a lot more inclusive.
Determined to ensure every Nigerian who desires tertiary education is not in any way hindered by funds, the government launched one of the most consequential education initiatives in the history of the country. The Nigeria Education Loan Fund, NELFund for short, provides interest-free loans to students in tertiary institutions who desire the loan to enable them pay their fees and for upkeep. Beneficiaries of the interest-free loan are only expected to start paying back 2 years after the secured jobs upon graduation. The government has made available over 200 billion naira for the takeoff of the initiative.
This scheme was designed and introduced by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, whose vision it is to ensure that everybody has access to education at tertiary level, and those who are coming up to tertiary level have the hope that they can rise to the highest heights without having to worry about funds. So we've disbursed in institutional fees somewhere in the region of 30 billion naira. For the upkeep, we've disbursed 24 billion naira. So we have disbursed a total of 54 billion naira, and by our numbers, 293,000, so just short of 300,000 students have directly benefited, have directly received or should have received value from our disbursement.
The initiative is helping many young Nigerians achieve their dream of getting tertiary education, as funding is now no longer a barrier.
Today, no child can be denied access to higher education because he comes from a poor family. He wasn't born to wealth and privilege. Some countries in Africa have visited Nigeria to learn the mechanics of this program. It's a landmark program.
The passage of the Petroleum Industry Bill in 2021 set the stage for a revolution in Nigeria's oil and gas industry. That revolution is now beginning to happen under the watch of President Bola Tinubu.
Before this government came, and it's very fundamental, there were a lot of, companies that were divested. And as they were divesting, divestments were frustrated. But when this government came, we went around the world campaigning that come and invest in Nigeria. And the question was asked, the companies in Nigeria couldn't divest, so how can I bring my money to invest? If tomorrow I want to divest, how do I divest? And we told them that, look, this is a new government with a new direction. And so we have been able to successfully, allowed the divestments. So the president, graciously approved of the divestments. And today, Nigeria's story has changed. And Nigeria is a country that you can bring your capex to invest and also divest at will.
For someone who has this experience, to see today an administration that allowed the Seplat Exxon transaction to go through successfully, I commend it. It's not me, Tony Miller or Ezodin's group buying it, it's others, but I commend it. Those are the signaling effect people want to see, investors want to see, that brings them to invest in the country. And by the way, not just investors come to invest, financiers, because we need capital. Those who will release that capital want to make sure that where the capital is going to is conducive. So when you approve Seplat Exxon transaction that has been on the table since life started, it is telling, a signal. You don't need any CNN advertisement.
Investors are now showing renewed interest in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. In December 2023, French energy giant Total Energies committed to invest $6 billion in the country's oil and gas industry. Other IOCs like Shell and ExxonMobil have also demonstrated similar commitments in the region of $13 billion.
There are investments that have run into tens of billions of dollars. There is also another investment that is coming that is about $20 billion, but it's good for it to come. It is announced, when it is right, but we are very close. I believe that within a very short period, that announcement will be made.
The country's refineries are now coming back on stream. Together with the privately owned Dangote refinery and other modular refineries, they've helped to cut Nigeria's petrol import by around 50%. It's now only a matter of time before the country completely ends petrol import and safeguards foreign exchange.
Within no short period of time, we will have 1.2 million barrels of refining capacity. What that does is, of course, it makes us self-sufficient in petroleum products. It gives us the ability to export petroleum products efficiently, formally, legally, and profitably. But more important than that, along with that refining capacity comes the production of industrial raw materials from the adjoining and complementary petrochemical complexes.
Oil theft and other constraints still remain threats to the country's crude oil production target of at least 2.1 million barrels per day in 2025. But the government is not giving up on its projection.
Well, theft, was a major challenge as we came, but, with the collaboration of security agencies together with civilian contractors, we've been able to, reduce the oil theft. And that is why you see the increment that we made, over the last 2 years. But we will continue to improve on what we have been able to achieve.
On security, I speak as a significant investor in the oil and gas sector in Nigeria. Our group, as Energies, we are the third biggest producer of oil in Nigeria today. We produce over 50,000 barrels of oil on a daily basis. In December 2021, I tweeted and I cried out because we will produce, and what we'll get at the end, when we put in the pipeline, we'll get 3% of total production. And so we cried out and we shut down. We said it's totally unsustainable. We are working for thieves on the country. And that is a manifestation of insecurity. Now, fast forward to December 2024. Our recovery is 100%. What you put in the pipeline, you get at the other end. That's totally impressive.
At inception, the Bola Tinubu administration had inherited a total of 2,604 projects in the Ministry of Works from the previous administration, totaling 13 trillion naira. The figure would rise to 19 trillion naira following the removal of petrol subsidy and floating of the naira.
So the president, in fact, and of course the Federal Executive Council, directed that we should do prioritization. So out of these 2,604, we selected about 404 projects, major projects, review them, and they are all ongoing. And then the new projects of Mr. President under this administration is about 65. And of course, this 65, excludes the 4 legacy projects of Mr. President.
The 4 legacy projects are ambitious, gigantic, and transformative road projects. They are unprecedented in the history of the country and link the entire nation. And this is one of them. The 750-kilometer Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, which will run from Victoria Island in Lagos, southwest Nigeria, to Calabar in Cross River State in the south of the country. Work has since begun on the project, and its first phase, which is approximately 30 kilometers, will be commissioned in May.
Incidentally, it has 2 spurs. The first spur is, it was supposed to be Sokoto, Badagry, Sokoto, as, envisaged by the Shagari administration, about 45 years back. But the president, changed it to Sokoto, Badagry. 1,068 kilometers. Intention is that the Sokoto Badagry should start from Sokoto and Kebbi. And as we talk today, we have 258 kilometers by one carriageway going on at KB section. And we have 120 kilometers, going on in, Sokoto section. We are about to procure the second carriageway of 258 in KB and the 120 in Sokoto. But this is a spur, of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. So, but the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, 750 kilometers of route, of course, it runs through, Lagos, to Ogun, to Ondo, to Edo Delta, Bayelsa, Port Harcourt, Akwa Ibom, and the ending at Cross River. And when it ends at Cross River, the axis of Cross River now starts from there to the third legacy project of Mr. President, which is the Trans-Sahara, route, which is 462 kilometers. And it connects from the, Calabar end, going through Calabar to Ebonyi, to Enugu, to Benue, to Kogi, to Nasarawa, and ends in Abuja. And then it connects the fourth legacy project of Mr. President, which is 482 kilometers, which, starts from, Akwanga. If you look at the just concluded project of, Kefi to Makurdi, which is been told now, then from that Akwanga section, it gets to Jos. And from Jos, it gets to Bauchi, it gets to Gombe. So the entire four legacy project of Mr. President, if you look at the loop, it's all connecting the six geopolitical zone.
While work is ongoing with the legacy projects, inherited major projects are also receiving equal attention. Among them is a 700-kilometer Abuja-Kaduna-Kano highway.
I think Nigeria never had it, this good. And I want to say, with all sense of responsibility, that before now, past government has been building roads. But today, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is constructing roads. Because we are constructing roads that will last from 50 to 100 years. And the problem we've had in our road construction has been, poor design, poor construction, poor method of construction, and then lack of commitment on the side of all partners, getting things done. But it is no longer business as usual.
Across the 6 geopolitical zones, road projects are currently going on, overseen by a minister who is not only a core professional, but also passionate about executing the president's ambitious works projects.
There is no money anyway. The ones that we have, the president is judiciously using it very well. And I'm happy with his engagement in this legacy project because foreign money is coming in at as low as 2.5%, So this legacy project has 30%, Naira funding and then 70%, loan component. When a nation borrows to do infrastructure, that is the right borrowing. And I tell you something, these legacy projects are not just road projects, they're investment. By December, we would have finished section 1 of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. Apart from the inherent benefits, we're also going to recover our money, return on investment under 10 years. We're going to be tolling it, So when we borrow to invest, will we recover the money we borrowed? We'll be able to pay back, and we also, it becomes also part of the, the wealth of the nation.
The issue of transportation, especially with the removal of subsidy, we must look at a cheaper way of transportation, and the railway system is the very cheap system of transportation. And he continued with what the previous government started, the railway system from Lagos to Ibadan, from Ibadan to Kaduna, from Kaduna to Kano, Kano to Daura, Daura to Katsina, Katsina to Maradi, Maradi to Jibia in Niger Republic. That project has continued. Work is going on now, and the AKK, Ajakuta, Kaduna, Kano gas pipeline, which is absolutely necessary for the industrial development, especially in those industrial cities like Kaduna, Kano. You see, that work is going on.
To address the housing challenge confronting the country, President Bola Tinubu, on assuming office, launched the Renewed Hope City and Estate Housing Initiative, with a plan to build 100,000 housing units over a period of 3 years. That plan is now fully on course. Thousands of homes are currently being built across different states. The first set of houses will soon be handed over to successful applicants. Nigeria's perennial electricity challenge has for long defied every solution thrown at it. But after initiating some drastic reforms like the signing of the Electricity Act Amendment Bill 2024 and making huge investments, the government is gradually turning things around.
On 2nd of March 2025, Nigeria reached a remarkable generation available capacity of 6,003 megawatts, marking the first time this level had been recorded in the country's history. That is not enough. This achievement was followed by a peak generation evacuation of 5,801.44 megawatts on 4th of March 2025, which also saw an impressive daily energy output, the highest ever, 128,370.75 mega hours per day on that very day. We've always been in 119,000 megawatts on a daily basis, but we achieved 128. That is the highest energy ever consumed in a day since power sector came to being in Nigeria, and we are proud to achieve this.
It took the country about 40 years to attain 4,000 megawatts of power, but with its reforms, this government has been able to add 1,700 megawatts to attain a peak generation of 5,800 megawatts in less than 2 years.
Now that we have created the trajectory, if we sustain this trajectory, I can assure you that before the end of this administration in 2027, the first 10 of this administration, 2027, we should be able to generate and distribute nothing less than 8,000 megawatts of power.
Investments are now coming into the electricity sector as a result of the reforms by the government. Many states now regulate their own electricity market. The government is also investing heavily on renewable energy to power communities across the country that are not connected to the national grid through the Rural Electrification Agency. While the electricity sector still faces a number of challenges, the reform in the sector is no doubt changing the narrative one step at a time. In the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, an infrastructure revolution is going on. The Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, and his team are bringing the president's ambitious aspirations of the capital to reality, one project at a time. In just 2 years, the number of projects executed and completed is mind-blowing. And they run across the entire FCT, covering both the city centers and satellite areas where many of the residents and indigenous people live.
The leadership Mr. President has shown is what has encouraged us to take bold decisions to say, we can't continue to be business as usual. We must do things in different ways. But before that, it was difficult because that leadership was not provided. And you don't want to go and take a decision where you're embarrassed by appointment. Nobody does that. So now we have seen that we have a leadership that's focused and said, he wants results. He does not want excuses. He does not want, oh, you see, people did it. No. He has confidence in you. He believes you have what it takes to support him, to achieve what he has promised Nigerians. So what is all this excuses that this happened, that didn't happen? So all we are doing is to continue for what we stopped last year. Last year, it took us about 12 days, 13 days of commission of projects. This year alone, it's taking us 19 good days of projects that will touch on the life of the people, those who reside in the city and those who reside in the satellite center. It has never happened.
The projects are fast changing the face of Abuja. New bus terminals have sprung up in the city. New roads and bridges have been built, and more are still under construction. Satellite towns are now being opened up as genuine development is reaching underserved communities in the FCT. One of the key sectors President Tinubu prioritized on coming into office is the health sector. It's partly what informed his decision to poach Professor Mohamed Pate from the Global Vaccine Alliance Gavi and appointed him Nigeria's coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare. Almost 2 years on, and with the introduction of several reforms by the administration, Nigeria's once broken health system is now being fixed.
The investment that we have had in 2024 and here now in 2025 being planned for infrastructural upgrades. This country has never seen something like that. Let me give you an example. Cancer, which is a major issue that is emerging in our society. President approved for 6 major cancer infrastructural upgrades and equipment upgrades in 2024 in February. World-class radiodiagnostic centers in collaboration with NSIA, for instance. There are 10 major radiodiagnostic centers that are being constructed right now. The subsidy that the federal government provided for dialysis, for instance, for kidney patients. Federal government bought 10,000 dialysis commodities through centers all across the geopolitical zones of Nigeria to make it cheaper for patients that are dialysis dependent, and accelerated renal transplant centers. Sokoto had its first renal kidney transplant. Now Ife is coming along. There are others that are looking at that. We're now beginning to think of liver transplant, open heart surgery. There are many of those infrastructural upgrades. So the kinds of things that you are hearing from abroad, or you have to go to Egypt or somewhere else to get them, are beginning to be feasible here. My goodness, orthopedics, a major cause of people traveling abroad. My own father had a domestic accident, had a major fracture in his mid-80s, but he was fixed within a week in a public hospital in this country, and within 4 weeks he was already standing.
Anchored in the Nigeria Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative, the reform in the health sector is fast transforming the country's health infrastructure, attracting over $3 billion in grants and investments. The government is investing massively to turn around the country's primary healthcare system. Existing primary healthcare centers are being upgraded. Over 8,000 new ones are now being built across the country.
So we set out to expand the primary healthcare system, to make it functional at level 2, to improve the level of functionality. So we embarked on increasing the functionality of 8,800 primary healthcare centers, and over time expanding them to 17,000 that are functional, so that Nigerians will have the retail points working between federal government, states, local governments, private sector, development partners to roll that going forward, to revitalize the basic healthcare provision fund. And in the last 2 years, we have had 6 out of the 11 ministerial oversight convenings of the basic healthcare provision fund that disburse resources to all the 36 states, to those thousands of primary healthcare centers that are called BHCPF facilities all across Nigeria, that receive on a quarterly basis disbursements for their fuel, for their running costs, for stipend for their health workers, for buying drugs and commodities for the patient that they see on the supply side. And with that, we're seeing of today 20 million contacts every quarter.
Beyond health infrastructure, the Tinubu administration is making healthcare easily accessible for all Nigerians. Today, pregnant women who require cesarean section can access the service for free at federal health facilities. Kidney patients can now get up to 80% subsidy on dialysis services at 11 federal hospitals across the country. And to address the manpower shortage in the health sector, the government has so far recruited over 2,000 doctors and nurses, as well as engaged 774 national health fellows across local government areas in the country. Over 600,000 health workers have also been retrained for better health services.
All in all, I think if you take the 2 years of this president's tenure is the midterm, I would say that we've turned around what was a very complex, underfunded, hyper-fragmented sector that underperformed relative to its peers, to one that is being recognized in the continent and beyond the continent as one that is on a trajectory of much better performance and also is being touted as a leader.
Even though the president signed an executive order waiving import duty on health equipment, The government is also ramping up efforts on local pharmaceutical production.
By 2027, it's expected that 60% of health products, including personal care products, will be manufactured in Nigeria.
For over a decade, Nigeria has battled myriad of insecurity challenges, pushing the country to the brink. Learning from the challenges and successes of the previous administrations before it, and barring recent setbacks, the Tinubu administration is changing the narrative.
I think the most obvious thing is the commitment by the government. From the beginning, the president made very clear his commitment to address the security challenge, and this is manifested in different ways. First, in his renewed hope agenda, where he made security the second key priority, as it were. Then he also listed 8 elements that he put forward to address the national security challenge. Also, in terms of budgeting, we've seen a very steady increase, and in fact, an obvious increase in budgetary provision for the security sector. From what he inherited at about 1.something trillion to 3.6 trillion thereabout, which is the last budget, the 2025 budget. We've also seen his engagement with the security sector leadership. You recall that one of the first things he did after his swearing in on May 29, 2023, was to visit the Office of the National Security Advisor, and he also had meetings with some of the security sector leadership. So that commitment, I think, it's unquestioned.
In just 2 years, the security reforms of the administration are bearing positive results. Terrorist attacks are declining. At some point, they've reached their lowest in over a decade. Terrorism-related deaths are also coming down. Attacks in the southeast have now been reduced by almost 75%.
The last 2 years is watershed, indeed, in the fight against banditry. 11,250 hostages on record free. A decline. We started witnessing the decline in abduction. Decisive blows to top warlords. The Kachallas, Ali Kachalla, Boderi, Halilu Sububu, Dangote, Isu, Yellow, Damuna, Buhari, all of them have met their creator. Over 50 of such leaders were eliminated. Over 70 of their deputies, commanders, and hundreds of foot soldiers neutralized. In the Northeast, Mr. President, where it all started over 20 years ago, the Boko Haram, the jihadis, over 13,543 terrorists and criminals neutralized since we came in. Over 124,408 Boko Haram ISWAP fighters and family members surrendered. Over 11,118 weapons recovered and destroyed. 52,596 rounds of assorted ammunition recovered and destroyed just in Borno State. Southeast, a welcome development is that the sit-at-home orders is becoming more and more ineffective. Key IPOP ESN figures capture and neutralize many in the battlefield. Over 50 police stations and many police forces are back in business. Attacks on security forces significantly reduced. Social and economic activities are normalizing. This can be testified by anyone who will visit the Southeast today.
Insecurity still remains a challenge in Nigeria, but the Tinubu administration is tackling it head-on with a clear focus and determination.
We will invest more in technology. We will take over all our forests. We must neutralize kidnapping, banditry,
and terrorism. It was never like this before in Nigeria. But we will reverse the trend.
The aviation sector is not left out in the gradual transformation of the country as a result of the Tinubu administration's bold initiatives. Since he was appointed Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo has been leading the charge to transform the sector in line with the president's plan.
Through policy trusts, we have restored international and global confidence in the aviation ecosystem, especially in the leasing, global leasing world. We have brought back that confidence in the Nigerian ecosystem. And we have been able to do this, by instilling integrity in our system. And this was a fallout of our compliance, our strict compliance with the Cape Town Convention that we had been signatories to, but were very poor in adhering to the terms of that convention. And so it was public knowledge last year that we went ahead and took practical steps to comply with the tenets of the convention. We signed the practice direction in Nigeria, and then also rolled out the IDERA by the NCA. And these two actions by Nigeria catapulted Nigeria from 49.5% to 75.5% on the global compliance scale. And that officially is the highest in Africa. So as I speak with you, international leasers and financiers are back in Nigeria right now. And it's only a matter of time, not a long time, before Nigerians will feel the full impact in terms of newer aircrafts, in terms of lower prices, ticket prices, because it will lead to more competition, both on domestic, regional, and international routes.
The new international terminal in Lagos, built by the previous administration, is now fully operational. Plans are now underway for a complete remodeling of the old terminal. Several routes are now being opened for ease of connections across the continent and beyond. And some airlines that left Nigeria in the past are now back. Key bilateral air service agreements have been finalized, integrating Nigeria more deeply into the global aviation ecosystem, facilitating easier and more efficient air travel between Nigeria and other countries under mutual benefits.
We have been able to open up a number of routes again for our domestic airlines, and also to attract some other international airlines to ensure that traveling experience for Nigerians is enhanced, and Nigerians have more options on some of these international routes. And so, of course, you saw the return of Emirates, the return of Emirates to the Nigerian domestic international routes. The return of Emirates to Nigeria, and Nigerians are beginning to enjoy that hub now in Dubai in their international travel. But there are other routes that we have been able to attract to Nigeria. You know, the Italian route had been closed for decades. Air Italia stopped flying to Nigeria many years ago. We've been able to attract another, international airline, and today we have opened up the Italian route again. We have also opened up the Algiers, Abuja, and Douala route, Cameroonian route. Before, it was so funny that you could not even take a 1-hour flight to Cameroon. It was so funny. And when I came to office, I said, how could this happen? Just 1 hour to Cameroon. You have to fly to Addis Ababa first and maybe spend one night before you now connect from Addis Ababa to Cameroon. Or you fly to Togo first, because Togo has a small hub there. And then from Togo, you now come and you start flying all over Nigeria. You'll be flying on top of Nigeria to go to Cameroon. That was how, odd it was in terms of connectivity. But today we have been able to attract that, and so on and so forth. So we have opened up so many other routes today in Nigeria.
Aviation infrastructure are also being improved upon. The long-delayed Abuja Airport second runway expansion is now getting off the ground. For the first time, the country now has the e-visa system for efficiency and ease of travelers as part of the immigration reforms of the government to strengthen the country's air borders. There are also 40 e-gates at all major international airports in the country for faster and more secure passenger processing. Passport application process is now fully automated, significantly reducing waiting time. Gone are the days of passport backlogs.
What we've been able to do is to introduce the contactless passport application system for, obviously, passport renewals. So, and that is live and direct. It was started in November. I think November 1st, we started last year in Canada. From Canada, we're able to move to Europe, and Europe excluding UK and I think Ireland. Then we were able to move to UK now, and Ireland now. We've moved to America, we've moved to Asia and other part of Africa as well. So it means that a Nigerian does not need to go to the embassy to renew his passport. Another major thing that we're also doing is to also bring a bit of, to be serious integrity to our passport. And what do we mean? What do I mean by that? I'll break it into 2 or 3. Number one, when this government came on board, Nigerian passport was not registered on the ICAO PKI PKD, that's Public Key Infrastructure, Public Key Directory of ICAO. So it means that verification of Nigerian travel document was near impossible real time, in across all borders in the world, the airports and whatever. So that's why when a Nigerian travels with a Nigerian passport, there's he has a more difficult chance of being attended to than a foreigner. But this particular, under this administration for the first time, Nigerian travel document, the passport has been imported into the PKI, PKD, ICAO directory. So Nigeria is now compliant. And I'll tell you that before this government came on board, we never had any, in fact, profiling at our border posts were basically subjective and never objective. Profiling wasn't based on the principle of objectivity. And you know that any decision that you make on the premise of subjectivity is likely going to be laden with errors. But this government came and we introduced what we call the API solution, which is the Advanced Passenger Information System in terms of our air borders. So such a way now that before any passenger comes into Nigeria, we have the opportunity of pre-profiling such passengers and we can easily identify persons of interest.
Successes have also been recorded in the agriculture sector. The government is driving a massive mechanization process to boost food production and security. Thousands of tractors and other agricultural inputs have been deployed to help farmers not only farm on a large scale, but also rapidly improve their yields.
Mr. President has transformed agriculture from potential to performance. And is, like I said, driven by mechanization to market access, from inputs to export driven. Saudi Arabian minister came last year and he came and sought for 1 million tons of alfalfa and 1 million tons of soya and 200,000 tons of red meat. Today, we have already started that engagement, and that is a drive that was spearheaded by Mr. President when we all accompanied him to Saudi Arabia in November of 2023.
In its determination to combat food inflation, hundreds of thousands of hectares of land are being cultivated for wheat production across several states in the country. Over 100,000 farmers have so far been supported, and more agro-rangers are being deployed to provide security for farmers.
3 other programs that we have seen that has made an impact is the mechanization program of Mr. President. That is a wonderful legacy. We have, like I said, the GIP is also mechanization partly. And then the Greener Hope, which seeks to provide almost about 10,000 different implements from tractors to harrows and other agricultural equipment over a period of 10 years. And that will also seek to set up about 1,000 service centers across the nation, and also to develop 150,000 hectares of land across the Federation, with 25,000 from each geopolitical zone. So over 6 and 25,000 makes 150,000. So those two, the Belarus tractors and John Deere, are procurement. The GIP and the Greener Hope are collaborative efforts. So we have already started receiving, right now in Abuja, we have almost 700 tractors on ground out of the 2,000 from the Belarus. And very soon, Mr. President is going to launch those tractors.
The First Lady, Remi Tinubu, has taken a very keen interest in the agriculture sector and has been very supportive of efforts to make Nigeria food secure. In her quest to attract young people to farming, she launched the Young Farmers Club Nigeria in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security as part of her pet project, Renewed Hope Initiative. The Young Farmers Club Nigeria aims to revive Nigeria's indigenous occupation of farming, create employment opportunities, diversify the economy, and ensure food security.
Agriculture has always been the backbone of our nation. From time past, we have tilled the land with our hands and hearts, to the present, where agriculture continues to be a crucial part of our daily lives and economy. It is clear that farming is not just an occupation. It is a way of life which can create employment opportunities for a teeming young population, help diversify the economy, and put food on our tables. As I reminisce, I remember the groundnut pyramids and cotton plantations in the north, palm oil cultivation in the east, cocoa and rubber plantations in the west and the southern part of Nigeria. I believe all of these can be resuscitated and scaled up with modern techniques and mechanization.
So far, many young people across the country have signed up to the initiative and beginning to take to farming. Gradually, misconceptions about farming among young people are changing. There have been so many positives for the country in the last 2 years. Indeed, some of the reforms have come with initial challenges, but they are now being overcome, and light is beginning to appear at the end of the tunnel.
A lot has happened in the last few years that's commendable. I'll call it, these 2 years have been the years of reform. Going forward now, the idea is to ensure that these reforms, the benefit of these reforms, really reach the people.
Let's do the hard work. And it will take time before the results become widely apparent, but we are seeing changes that are showing us that we are on the right track.
We have a unique opportunity under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration to compete with our contemporaries, our peers all over the world. You need home government support to compete, and we have it.
Nigeria is certainly on the rise. With the Renewed Hope agenda, the Tinubu administration is fixing Africa's most populous country and getting it to fire on all cylinders.
In Nigeria, sugar isn't just taste, it's tradition. It's in our weddings and naming ceremonies. It's in every bottle we raise to celebrate life. But the same sweetness that unites us is slowly undoing us. From classrooms to construction sites, sugary drinks have become our daily fuel. Sold as refreshment, marketed as confidence.
Personally, I take 2, depending on the weather and my stress level. I can take 3 in a day if possible. Yes, I do think about how it affects me, but then I also think about my stress level, because sometimes it's a way for me to cope with stress. So that's why I take that much.
I'm not going to say I'm taking much of it, but I just love something sugary, and it's not every day that I actually drink something like that. But I think, so much of sugary things cause diabetes though.
I take 4 of drink in a day. I don't actually think about it because I'm a female, so I think maybe anytime I'm doing my menstrual or anything, it's come out with it since I'm not a guy.
Kò sí nǹkan tó múnú yàn dùn mọ́. Àwọn nǹkan tá a mú yìí náà la fi ń dunnú ara ní pé múnú ara ẹ dùn. Make yourself happy. So àwọn akọ̀wé mú náà pé ká fi múnú ara dùn. Kò sí àǹfààní kankan tó ń ṣe fára.
In a generation raised on marketing slogans, the line between refreshment and risk has blurred. Sugar isn't the villain in their story, it's the companion.
Sugary drinks are extremely cheap in Nigeria. They are affordable and accessible, and they are marketed in diverse ways. Sugary drinks corporations engage in diverse promotional activities to entice our people, and they specifically entice our youths.
Those sugar-sweetened beverages are almost the gold standard for children consumption in Nigeria. Oh, you're gonna have a birthday party in school. You're gonna take other yellow drinks, other orange-based sodas to the school. And it's been age-old. And part of the reason why these things have become the gold standard for celebrating those things is also a long history of advertising and commercials that have projected these things as the appropriate drink. But over the years, science has shown that they're not that appropriate.
When you consume excessive amounts of sugary drinks, what happens is that these are calories. They are what we call empty calories. That means there is no fiber, there is nothing. It's just like you pumping sugar into the bloodstream. And because of that, most of this is converted to fat or is stored as fat. So you have a high number of people coming down with obesity. In the olden days, children used to be very, very slim, but we all know that our children are getting fatter and fatter. In place of things like sandwiches and apples that people used to put in the children's lunch boxes, now you have different types of soda drinks or soft drinks which are added. And you find children growing up and developing obesity and hypertension and diabetes even before their parents develop them.
There are some foods that enter the bloodstream very quickly, and that's what we get from all these sweetened beverages, all these soft drinks. They hit the bloodstream very quickly. However, if this keeps happening over and over again, it can also affect the pancreas. That can also lead to insulin resistance. And that's how the person over time will develop type 2 diabetes. So this happens over a very long period. It can take years, 10, 20 years, for this to show up.
There are people that they cannot do without seeing a bottle of sugar drinks in a day. It comes in different forms, either the cola drinks or the orange ones. When you take it as a routine, you become addicted. The researches have shown that you can be as addicted to sugary drinks as much as the people that take nicotine get addicted to cigarette smoking.
There's a popular saying that you are what you eat, and that underscores the fact that your health is heavily influenced by the kind of dietary habit that you keep. And we know from science, from research, that heavy consumption of sugary things makes you more susceptible to to diabetes mellitus type 2, and also to obesity.
Diabetes is a multi-systemic disease. Ultimately, it's also a silent killer. It affects the blood vessels that supplies every part of our body. Okay? And that is why when diabetes gets complicated, complication is not limited to just one organ. It's an head-to-foot crisis.
That is the reality for Ronke Okpale. Diagnosed with diabetes in 2022, she says her life has never been the same.
But mo wá lọ hospital, wọ́n wá run test, wọ́n sọ pé mo ní diabetes. So, kéèyàn ní diabetes, èmi rò bóyá pé nǹkan kékeré ni, èmi ò mọ̀ pé nǹkan tó yẹn pé ó lè gbẹ̀mí èèyàn at any time ni. Tó jẹ́ wípé wọ́n ní kí n máa lo insulin. Insulin tó dẹ̀ ní kí n máa lò tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ insulin 6,000, 5,000. Unfortunately, insulin wá di 20,000 naira. Okay, insulin di 20,000 kò ságbára fún mi láti rà mọ́. Báwo ni mo ṣe fẹ́ wà alive?
Living with diabetes in Nigeria exposes you have to pay from your pocket. It's individual payment. The government is not involved. So it's a huge sum. It costs us so much to manage diabetes, costs us so much to visit the doctor, it costs us so much to run the test, it costs us so much to buy a consumable like glucometer strips, it costs us so much to eat the healthy food that we are asked. It costs us so much to even drink the water that is potable, that is clean water. So it's a whole lot of expense without government participation in it.
It's a lifelong treatment, especially when there are complications. It can be expensive. Talk about clinic visits. You have to take transportation every time to get to the hospital. You have to pay for consultation. You have to buy medication. And medication has become so expensive now.
The fallout is not on the corporations selling sweetness. It's on Nigeria's ailing hospitals and overworked medical staff.
The burden is heavy. It's heavy on the health system. It's heavy on the economy. And it's also heavy on individuals and their families that suffers these non-communicable diseases.
The price of sweetness isn't paid just at the counter. It's paid in pain, in poverty, in premature funerals.
Sweet, fizzy, refreshing. Before it conquered Africa, sugar traveled the world. From 18th century pharmacy tonics to Coca-Cola's debut in the year 1886, to its first crates rolling through Lagos in the 1950s. By independence, 7-Up had its first bottle, tying sweetness to freedom. Decades later, over 100 brands crowd $1 billion market. In 2021, Nigeria took a bold step, a 10 naira per liter tax on sugary drinks. By mid-2022, the law was live.
In 2021, the government adopted the tax on sugary drinks. I'm talking about beverages that are loaded with sugars now. We all know them, But then it's a 10 naira per liter tax, which is really not good enough.
The global benchmark is a minimum of 20% of the retail price of sugary drinks. And some countries are even pushing it way, way higher than that. What we have in Nigeria today is not even up to 3% of the final retail price of sugary drinks products. And that's why we're asking the Nigerian government to revise what we have upward to a minimum of 20% of the final retail price of sugary drinks so that it can serve as a deterrent in terms of reduction of consumption and as well raise revenue for government.
Let's talk about the 10 naira in your 1 liter of soda. Not the change in your pocket, the one added to your bottle of sugary drink. It's called an SSB tax, short for Sugar Sweetened Beverage Tax. Catchy, right? Not so much, but it is designed to make you think twice before you drink twice. You see, Nigeria has a sugar problem, a big one. More than 11 million people are living with diabetes, and guess what's fueling it? fizzy, sugary drinks. That 10 naira per liter? It's supposed to help fix that. Make sodas pricier. Make people think twice. And hopefully, drink something less deadly. But here's the catch. In Nigeria, we have the tax, but not the teeth. We need at least 20% of the retail price to fight the health crisis caused by sugary drinks.
Currently, there is a 10 naira per liter on sugary drinks. That's the tax rate in Nigeria. And these tax rates were introduced in 2021. The rates or the prices of this product has tripled or quadrupled as of today. However, the tax rate remains fixed. It's not adjustable for inflation. It has not curbed excessive consumption of this product, and it's just business as usual. And that's why organizations like CAPA are pushing for an upward review of this tax rate, not just to generate revenue for government, but also to fund health initiatives.
It's called earmarking, and right now, we don't do it. Other countries, they do. France, Portugal, the UK, they use taxes on sugary drinks to fund hospitals, schools, water programs. So yes, SSB taxes work. They save lives. They build systems. If the revenue is used well, and if the industry doesn't, sugarcoat the facts.
One thing you discover about the South African is that they had very good structures in place, institutions that were all carried along in the design, in the implementation, and in the earmarking. Talking about also the UK, one thing that made the UK tax very significant is that not just are they collecting these taxes, they have been earmarked. Earmarked meaning that this tax revenue has been dedicated for a specific use that is beneficial to the populace. Because in the first place, SSB taxes are not just about the revenue. SSB taxes are about reducing consumption and improve public health.
The law itself did not specifically direct the proceeds for that tax to the health sector. And that is an important element that we in the health sector will look forward to more advocacy of the public, because the whole essence is to direct proceeds from that to support health infrastructure, to support prevention, to support immunization activity.
For me, who is an advocate fighting for people living with diabetes or NCD, it will help to relieve the burden we face. Sometimes we have to organize money for people's insulin. You have to organize drugs for them. All those burden will be reduced if the government is involved.
The campaign for a stronger tax on sugary drinks is growing, from doctors to lawyers, from economists to activists. A coalition is demanding justice through policy, but changing the system means confronting powerful multinational beverage companies that put profits before health, and that is never easy.
Since we launched this campaign, sugary drink companies have responded massively and aggressively with false narratives about how this campaign is going to cause job losses, how it's going to ruin the economy, how manufacturers are going to leave Nigeria and all sorts of lies like that.
In an unexpected twist, sugary drinks don't just harm our health. Their plastic bottles are putting livelihoods at risk.
Taba ju net, ó máa ń disturb net wa, ó máa ń kó sínú net wa. Taba dẹ̀ ń wa engine náà, ó máa ń dá engine wa dúró. Gbogbo àwọn kèyí náà taba ju net ń gbà mí, kò yẹ kí net wa lọ sí abẹ́ omi dáadáa. Ibi táwọn kèyẹn bá ti pọ̀ sí jù, kò sẹ́jà ń bẹ̀. Àfi taba ti dé agbami ká tó free.
The huge volume of plastic you have in waste that is disposed, it's a lot, and then it bulks up the volume. On the other hand, it also clogs up the drainages, which means that we're more prone to flooding because a lot of people may be careless and drop it in our drainages. So plastic waste, one, can make waste management more difficult. Two, clog up drainages. Three, it makes our city a bit untidy, the overall perspective when you have plastic all over the place. And I think those will sort of summarize the impact of plastic waste in Lagos.
We had systematically carried out a 5-year brand audit. And what we found is not just only alarming, it sits very, very well with also studies, findings that have been carried out in other countries. And that's talking about the food and beverage industries. This sector accounts for the highest single-use plastic. Now, coming to the waste products, which is another sector of it, another problem of it is the waste product arising from these various products do not have a kind of revolving management process. So what happens? They are all just dumped in the environment.
Our regulatory capabilities have to be scaled. The will and the desire of the regulator to hold businesses accountable to appropriate standards, especially with respect to public health and safety, must be prioritized. And companies, whether they're multinational or domestic or not, must be held accountable and penalized.
We are having a public health crisis as of today. All of us can see it. The Nigerian government can see it. And the Nigerian government needs to take very concrete action. The Nigerian government needs to be bold. The Nigerian government needs to be courageous.
In 2025, the debate reached Nigeria's National Assembly. Lawmakers began considering replacing the flat 10 naira per litre tax with a percentage-based levy tied to the retail price. Some are pushing for at least 20%, with part of the revenue set aside for public health.
We have a program we are coming up with. We are launching on healthy youths, Nigerian Healthy Youth Champions. So working with young people to create awareness, to use them as champions for health, not only at the national level, but also sub-national level, up to community level. We want to have youth champions so that they begin to understand their lifestyle.
The message the presidency echoes across the springs of Ekiti: empower the young, let them lead. But from the hills of Ikogosi, a new current is rising. Young people, tired of the gimmicks, the sickness, the waste, are finding their voice. Trained intensively, workshops, policy simulations, media labs, all focused on one urgent fight: the health crisis fueled by sugary drinks and ultra-processed foods.
I will organize a lot of people like me, especially people that are physically disabled, educate them about the health effects of those sugary drinks. I will educate them on how it causes NCDs like diabetes, obesity, and others.
Before now, my idea of sugary drinks before the boot camp was that it was just sweet, it gives energy, and it makes you feel good. It was just like a feel good something that you just take. But after the boot camp, that changed my mindset.
By week's end, the boot camp had forged more than graduates. It created a living network of food justice advocates ready to challenge big soda and fight for Nigeria's future. On the final day, they marched, a symbolic protest in the heart of nature, not in anger, but in faith that their voices could turn the tide.
We say the youth are the future of the country, but if these people don't even live long enough, who is going to hold our country for us in the nearest future?
Experts say Nigeria stands at a crossroads to protect its people or protect corporate profits.
Well, just to also say, and this I always say anytime I have the opportunity to speak like this, that the government will create the policy, will create the enabling environment, will provide the infrastructure, and so on and so forth. But every Nigerian has a responsibility to take control of their health. Government is not going to take control of your health for you.
The leadership of the country is looking for that balance. They need the investment, they need the economy, they need to expand shared prosperity. And so, in finding that balance, the right partner will not take advantage of those circumstantial situations, but promote the very best standard for the people.
When we think about peacekeeping, it often seems like peacekeeping missions are failing. But if we looked systematically across the record, most of the time, peacekeeping works. What I want to do today is to explain how peacekeepers do this. We have 16 peer-reviewed studies right now that all show the same thing. Peacekeepers save lives. They reduce the likelihood that civil wars will recur. They also help to achieve peace agreements. Where there's a promise of peacekeepers, we are more likely to see a peace agreement, and peace agreements that stick. If we look at the completed missions since the end of the Cold War, 2/3 of the time, peacekeepers have been successful at implementing their mandates and departing. That's not to say that in all of those cases, everything is perfect in the countries, but it is to say that they're no longer at war. This idea of using troops from lots of different countries, not to fight and win wars, but to help to keep the peace, was born during the peace negotiations in the Middle East in 1948. This idea was an innovation in human history. One of the main creators of UN peacekeeping is Dr. Ralph Bunche. Ralph Bunche was an American diplomat. For his work at the United Nations, he won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1950. He and others came up with this idea of peacekeeping, that what troops would do is they would deploy impartially, so they would not take sides. They would deploy with the consent of the belligerents, so the belligerents would actually ask peacekeepers to help them implement peace agreements. Namibia is a country that has experienced tremendous hardship. It's had multiple colonial rulers. It's had a genocide. It's been victim of regional war, of civil war. But surprisingly, Namibia has not fallen victim to this tremendously difficult history. At the end of the Cold War, there was a complex and highly innovative UN peacekeeping mission, 40% women, and the main form of power they exercised was persuasion. Peacekeepers were there to help reform the political system. Nobody had ever voted in an election before. Peacekeepers were helping to inform citizens of their rights, of what it means to elect their own leaders.
We are very proud. This is an important moment for us, but a historic moment for the Namibian people. That for the first time in 105 years, they are able to sit down, their leaders are able to sit down together and deliberate on the future of their country.
In the complex missions in civil wars, peacekeepers are not only monitoring ceasefire lines, they are also helping to rebuild the basic institutions of the state. They're helping to demobilize troops. They help reform judicial systems, economic systems, so that when people have disputes, they don't have to resort to violence to resolve them. We know that there is a problem of sexual exploitation and abuse in peacekeeping. The UN has been taking measures to prevent peacekeepers from committing acts of sexual violence. Some people have been fired. Entire battalions have been sent home. We now have mechanisms to make sure that victims feel safe to report peacekeeper sexual abuse and exploitation. If we look at Lebanon as another example, the primary form of power that peacekeepers exercise and continue to exercise today is inducement. On one side of the border, we have the Israeli Defense Forces. On the other side of the blue line, we have Hezbollah and other armed actors. And in the midst of all this, we have thousands of UN peacekeepers.
I love my job. I have passion for mine action. One reason is to give confidence back to the community, the landowners, the stakeholders that yes, indeed, this area has been cleared. And if I can save one life, that means I succeeded.
UN peacekeepers help to keep the peace, not because anyone fears them, but they do see the advantage of having UN peacekeepers, inducing people to move toward peace. I've seen myself peacekeepers in action. For example, in southern Lebanon, we often see peacekeepers patrolling on foot. They walk around the local communities, they visit the markets, they talk to people, they'll talk to the imam, they'll talk to other local leaders, they'll set up a medical clinic or provide dentistry services. They also provide a lot of employment in southern Lebanon. If we look systematically across the cases, peacekeepers are helping people in their everyday lives move from a situation where there's war and violent conflict to a situation where there's more peace.
La estación de Junta está un poco alejada de la ciudad y se ubica en una antigua mina de oro. Uno sabe el montón de datos que existe, además de que se forma una red mundial.
We are on schedule with calibration.
You know, the time I would send today.
Una explosión en cualquier parte del mundo, la red tiene que ser capaz de capturarla. La sismología lo que le va a decir es si es una onda típica de una explosión nuclear. El lugar se lo puede decir con más exactitud. El tipo de magnitud fue tanto, cantidad de kilotón fue de tanto, o sea, le va a decir eso. Ha habido mucho cambio de tecnología, entonces eso es uno de los objetivos del CTBTO, construir las capacidades de los países. ¿Y cómo se aprende? Con cursos.
I want to draw your attention.
Claro que nos ayuda en el trabajo de nosotros aquí. Todas las capacitaciones con programas de localización nosotros usamos para saber cuál es la amenaza que existe en el país.
We live in the global world with global issues, and global issue cannot be dealt with only a handful of countries because they traditionally deal with those technologies. And if you want an issue that's dealt with by the whole planet, you can have a forum where people sit and then a handful make decision and others follow. And the emerging countries, we need their participation. We need to educate people in this technology that lead to the verification of the CTBT.
Viéndolo en el país, uno se siente solo, pero sabe que es un grupo internacional que le está poniendo un punto final a las explosiones nucleares. Para el país es importante que se siga monitoreando y que quiere darle un fin a las explosiones nucleares. Queda uno contento que está contribuyendo para el mundo, para la paz.
Peace came to the greatest city of the New World, and peace came to the world.
New York City in 1945, in the period immediately after World War II, it was a period of great excitement as well as great anxiety. One of the reasons was the creation of the United Nations. People had great hope that we would have an organization that would help us to not have so many conflicts, not have so much violence in the world.
The United Nations was the concept of President Franklin Roosevelt. It was his idea that there needed to be an organization where nations could bring their conflicts, their disagreements, their challenges to an environment, to a setting where they could resolve them without resorting to arms. And that we would have a world that didn't have so much conflict in it anymore.
There were many who doubted that agreement could ever be reached by these 50 countries, differing so much in race and religion, in language and culture. But these differences were all forgotten in one unshakable unity of determination to find a way to end war.
That was the great hope of the United Nations, and New York was already by then considered the capital of the world. It was the largest, most important port in the world, and it seemed to fit with the United Nations. And so to bring it here seemed to cement its position as the most important city in the entire world. And for that reason, the city wanted it. And also, the mayor at the time was himself an Irish immigrant. That was Mayor William O'Dwyer. And he believed that America was a place where people could have great hopes and achieve them, and that people from every walk of life, every nation under the sun, could come to New York with hopes and aspirations for a better life. And he made it very clear that he, as the mayor of the city, was very intent on doing whatever was necessary to bring the United Nations here. Ultimately, the efforts to find a place for the United Nations was probably the highest profile real estate transaction ever in the history of the world. And there was intense competition. Philadelphia, Boston, they wanted it. There was a bid in San Francisco to put it on the Pacific coast. And there was a lot of reason to think that Philadelphia was going to become the permanent site of the United Nations. Nelson Rockefeller didn't like that idea. And at that point, Mayor O'Dwyer and Nelson Rockefeller were very involved in a very rapid transaction to buy a parcel of land on the east side of Manhattan of about 6 blocks long, right on the East River, to give it to the United Nations. And Nelson Rockefeller convinced his father, John D. Rockefeller Jr., at the time, probably the richest man in the world, to give a gift to the United Nations of $8.5 million. And the United Nations decided to come to New York City.
The future of this country and the lives of our children and our children's children are interwoven with the success of the United Nations. In it lies the hope of the people of the world.
Rockefeller was very much for the idea of having the UN in New York, having the headquarters in the US, but specifically in New York City, for many reasons. He was a big believer in multinationalism. He was a big believer in the organization itself, because he believed in this idea and he wanted the UN to be in New York City. The presence of the UN in New York made New York the political global capital of the world. And the city of New York offered a lot to the UN and facilitated the creation of the UN in New York City. Not only land, but also financial support during the time that it took for the design and the building of the current headquarters as we know it today.
When the United Nations was first established, they needed some place to hold a meeting. And in New York City, Hunter College, which was owned by the city by then, the city made that available to the United Nations.
Hunter College in New York's Bronx houses the Security Council meeting of the United Nations organization until the establishment of its permanent headquarters. These are the men upon whose deliberations rests the world's hope for peace and security. The former gymnasium has been transformed into a handsome council chamber.
It's a gym. There are baskets, there are volleyball nets, there are bleachers, and yet in a period of approximately 15 days, New York City workmen, electricians, carpenters were able to transform this into a beautiful setting for the Security Council to hold its meetings starting in March of 1946. People lined up overnight to get tickets for admission to observe the UN sessions. The fact that there were delegates from all over the world and there was press from all over the world. It meant a great deal to the Bronx and to the residents of the Bronx. Among the many issues the United Nations Security Council had to deal with in the spring of 1946, the first priority was Iran.
11 members of the United Nations Security Council meeting in New York hold a dramatic session to discuss the Russian-Iranian situation.
Our case is now before you, and we want it to remain there until a just settlement has been reached within the spirit of the Charter.
In addition to needing a space where the United Nations could conduct business, the hundreds of diplomats, probably ultimately thousands even then, were going to need a place to stay. So the city had to make an accommodation, and they determined to build a village to skirt a very sensitive problem. New York at the time was highly segregated, and many of the diplomats who were coming from other countries had dark skin. And so it was unclear that they were going to have an easy time finding housing of the kind to which they might be accustomed. And so there needed to be housing that would be suitable for diplomats at a time when New York City was substantially segregated. And so this village was the solution that the city came up with. And they were prepared to invest quite a lot to make it happen.
Parkway Village was mostly used as housing for UN staff, including at that time high level like Ralph Bunche. But the most important thing is that the UN wanted an area where its staff could all live together, no matter where they came from. UNIS, also the United Nations International School, had a school in Parkway Village where children of all these delegates, diplomats, could go to school together. It was really a community that reflected the ideals of the United Nations. And there are still people living in Parkway Village today, and the residents are still very proud of the area they live in.
It's important to look back and understand what the UN has accomplished. It hasn't solved every issue, it hasn't solved every problem. There are still wars going on in the world. But there's also been a tremendous amount of progress.
I have no doubt that the United Nations is where it belongs. Still, New York City is the great immigrant city of the world. It's a statement that the city makes that people from all walks of life, from all parts of the world, every race, every color, every creed, that we can all work together and get along. And that was how the mayors who were involved in bringing the United Nations to New York City saw it, and I think it remains true today. New York is the preeminent city of the world, and the United Nations is one of the preeminent global organizations, and it somehow seems that it's where it belongs. It belongs in New York City.
こんにちは。こんにちは。SDGs 新聞の取材に来ました。よろしくお願いします。
どうぞ座ってください。
ありがとうございます。金井さんではどのような SDGs に取り組んでいるんですか？
私のところではですね、今までプラスチックに入っていた鉢をプラスチックから古紙再生紙とかチップを使った器に少しずつ変えてきています。
白衣小5年の梅川さなです。細江春です。赤坂和音です。今日は SDGs 新聞の記者として商店街に行ってきます。
ここ浅尾さんのところではどんな SDGs に取り組んでいるんですか？
当店では SDGs に
関して取り組んでいることは、地元の食材を使ってお菓子を製造しています。
地元の食材を使ってお菓子を作ることで、どのような SDGs に関わっているんですか？
そうですね、地元の食材を使うってことで、15番の、陸の豊かさを守ろう、材料を郵送する時に使う CO2、二酸化炭素の排出量が減ることによって、環境に優しい。
今日はありがとうございました。
金とかプラチナっていうのは本当に貴重な商品なもんですから、それをやっぱりリサイクル再生をして新しい商品にしていくということは大切な仕事取り組みだと思ってます。
金井さんはさ、14番と15じゃない？
15番が土に帰るポットで、
14がゴミレジ袋やね。
浅尾さんのところやったら、
元の農家さんの思いを生かしてお菓子を作るって書いてあるから、住み続けられる町づくりを入っとるんじゃないの？
この新聞は金井さんのことを書いています。今までのポットはそのまま残ってなんか地球にマイナスなことをしとったけど、これは地球にとっていいことをしとったから、そういう驚いたことをいろいろ書いてみました。
それぞれの思いとかがあって、いろいろ工夫をしてやっているってことが分かったので、私も SDGs を身の回りでどんなふうにやっているのかまた調べていきたいなと思いました。相手の気持ちを考えたり、環境に優しいものを作っとったり、これから私も積極的に SDGs に参加したりしようと思いました。
La vie est impossible sans musique, parce que la musique rapproche les gens et leur apporte un peu de bonheur. J'ai commencé le piano assez jeune parce que j'adorais ma sœur. Ma sœur était une grande pianiste classique. Elle avait été déportée en 1943 et je pensais tout le temps à elle. Et comme je pensais tout le temps à elle, je me suis mis au piano et je suis devenu pianiste de jazz. Le jazz, pour moi, après la guerre, a été vraiment un facteur d'équilibre et d'intégration dans la société. Parce que ma mère a été déportée aussi. Et mon père est mort désespéré en 1945. J'étais tout seul. Et moi-même, vous le savez, j'ai été déporté aussi quand j'avais 11 ans. Et par miracle, j'ai sauté du train du 20e convoi. Pendant 60 ans, j'ai presque jamais parlé de tout ça, de tout ce qui m'est arrivé. Et puis au bout de 60 ans, on est venu me dire que je devais témoigner, écrire un livre. J'ai écrit un livre. Et depuis lors, ce livre ne m'a pas changé, mais il a changé ma vie. Et je vais maintenant beaucoup dans les écoles, par exemple, en Belgique et ailleurs, dans d'autres pays. Et je parle aux jeunes et je leur dis que pour défendre notre liberté d'aujourd'hui, notre démocratie d'aujourd'hui, il faut connaître les malheurs et la barbarie d'hier. Et je leur dis que la vie est belle aux jeunes, mais que c'est un combat permanent. Lors de la première pandémie, au premier confinement, Tout le monde était malheureux, était enfermé. Et ce jour-là, ma fille me dit, « Papa, ouvre la fenêtre et joue du piano pour les voisins. » Au début, je n'osais pas, parce que je suis timide. Mais j'ai ouvert la fenêtre, il n'y avait personne dans la rue. Alors j'ai commencé à jouer un morceau. Mon morceau, le premier, ça s'appelle « On the sunny side of the street ». Et puis j'ai attaqué un deuxième morceau, et je lève les yeux. Et qu'est-ce que je vois? Plein de monde devant ma maison, et des gens aux fenêtres qui applaudissaient. Si il y a de nouveau un confinement par malheur, je vais rejouer pour les gens.